All right, folks, good evening. 5 o'clock on the dot. Let's get things started. Wait for the notifications to go out. And after that, we're in business. Another likely active weather day coming up tomorrow, folks. Could be very important or it could not be. It's just going to be a watch the satellite and watch the observations kind of day. You know, that's really all that we get to look forward to for that. All right, welcome in everybody. Glad to have you all. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. We are live at this time. Also, in case you guys didn't know, I am officially on TikTok as of 24 hours ago at Puget Sound Stormwatch. And thanks to you guys, we already have almost 500 followers on TikTok in the first day. And I believe around 8,000 views. Very hard to see the view count on one of my videos. Oh, that's way higher than I thought. 3,000. Okay. We actually have over 11,000 views on TikTok already. Alex in Wonderland, good evening, sir. Welcome in. Yeah, I know. It's absurd. And I gotta let the people know that I'm live, too. I don't know if I can go live on TikTok yet. I think I may have to wait a while before I go live on TikTok, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Definitely, I've started setting up the screen to go live on TikTok with the vertical view, but not quite where I want it to be at this moment. Hey there, yes, welcome in everyone, thank you. Yep, things looking up for sure. All right, see, there's 70 of you initially here on Facebook, so I guess we'll jump right into it, shall we? Here's our system, looking potent as ever, off the coast of LA, just west of LA, and it's moving north. Right now, not a lot of models are showing it panning off to the east, like the European, for example, was. It's turning more than likely windstorm, or models pulling back on it. It's looking more than likely. I wish I didn't have to say it like that, but it's looking pretty likely at this time. Judging by the track of this thing, it's going to skirt along the coast, likely either hang right off the coast or just on the coast of the Olympic Peninsula. And either way, depending on how deep this low is going to be, if it's like under 985 millibars like a lot of the models are showing, it's going to be a big time windy day for all of us here in Western Washington. That's weird. That tab was lit up in bold text. Odd. Yeah, there's no nearby buoys that I can look at least that I know of, that are showing this storm way out at sea here right now. There's a few immediate offshore buoys and then one way offshore, but there's no right in there. You know what I mean? Not that I can see, at least. See here. Anyways, that's looking like it's going to trek north. And that is a no bueno track, if that were to happen. Definitely no bueno. Probably nowhere near as strong as the NAM is showing. Good grief. Should we show the NAM on here? Yeah, see what it actually does. Absolutely. First, let's look at the 18Z Euro, because I haven't shown this yet. But the 18Z Euro has trended back up a little bit compared to the 12Z Euro. 12Z, see, has around 30 to 40. 18Z's back up over 46 for Seattle. And a lot of the area is between 45 and 50. And that's just on the European deterministic. What a lot of people are not showing are the European ensemble runs. You see, look at the spread on this right now. At least the spread is more minimal than it was last night, but it's still quite a considerable spread. Most likely happenings on the left, least likely happenings on the right. And you see it shows 70 miles per hour for the 90th percentile. That is just outrageous. So if we go and look at the members, oh yeah. This is definitely favoring a coastal track, which would not be good. Let's go back to the 12Z. See, it's at 991 average. It's down to 989 average. So it's even stronger here on the European ensemble mean. And it brings more members of the mean out here. So these 2 digits here, these are the last 2 digits of the pressure. So for example, 88 would be 988. 84, 984. You know, there's quite a variety here, but they hang a pretty deep low just off the coast, and this pressure gradient would bring the strong wind to us. Yeah, I believe it, Miss Courtney Olivia. Sorry to hear about that. I saw you on Mike's stream last night, talking about how it dropped a tree on your house. That is very, very unfortunate. All right, we have 125 with us on Facebook, 41 of us here on YouTube. Welcome in, everyone. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Let's see. Yeah, bucket trucks rolling into Lacey today. Never a good sign before a storm. That is correct. What does it look like for Darrington, and what direction will the wind be coming from? It'll start out of the east. So let's just say first, it'll start out of the east. Perfect. The 0Z run of the HER is rendering, and it's almost in range. Let's go look at the wind direction on this real quick. See, as the system's coming in, it's going to start to pick up out of the east. See, there's our low right there, just off the coast of Brookings here and Crescent City. And judging by its track, it's looking like it's going to move just onto the coast here, which, again, not great news. Let's zoom in a little closer here, show you the wind direction a little more precise. See, it starts out of the east or the southeast here ahead of the low. We have to wait for a few more frames to render, but in terms of gusts, HER's not showing too much. It doesn't always work the gusts down into like the Issaquah area. It usually keeps the gusts bottled up here in the foothills, typically. In the upper foothills up in the mountains. We'll see if that comes to fruition. This would be as soon as 3 a.m. So we'd probably... Some areas may feel a little bit breezy here in the next few hours. If you're along the east foothills here, Snohomish, King, Pierce counties especially, could feel that easterly breeze pick up a little bit and then become a little more steady before the sun comes up tomorrow. Yeah, sure thing, no problem. Not looking good. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's looking great. I'll tell you that. It's not looking great. Let's see here. I'm talking with a bunch of my Pacific Northwest weather buddies here. Like, you know, you guys know Jonathan, Ben, all the other guys, except for Michael. We don't have him in here, but a lot of us, we've been talking for several days about this setup. And it's just, it keeps leaning in the favor of the previous models, like the previous European, not the current European, but the big time European it was showing earlier. We're getting new data here as we watch. About the Tacoma area, yeah, the same. It would be a pretty substantial blow to all of us. Let's go see if you want to look at Nightmare Fuel again. Let's look at the 18Z NAM. Again, wind starting out of the east could pick up quite well for some locations like Riverbend, North Bend, Snoqualmie, even areas like Gold Bar and Index also. Thank you, Darcy Blind, a subscriber here on Facebook, for sending 50 stars. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, so winds are going to start out of the east, and then they're going to switch pretty quickly to the south, sometime around noon, it looks like. There's still some discrepancy on timing as well, so I'm hoping we get some answers for that. Oh yeah, and look at that Fraser River outflow screaming through ahead of that low pressure system overnight. Just going absolutely absurd. Almost 45-mile-per-hour gusts out of the northeast, affecting areas like Ferndale, Linden, Sumas, and Blaine, possibly. The NAM, I think the NAM's a little crazy here, but let's just go over again what it's showing for the NAM. But before it switches to southerly, sometime late in the morning, it's even showing these monstrous east winds, which again, I think the NAM had a little bit too much coffee. That's what I'm hoping for. And then, oh man, just a nightmare scenario on this one. Nightmare scenario. This model is being decommissioned next year. Just as a heads up, it's being decommissioned early next year. So that kind of reduces its credibility a little bit, at least to a lot of people in the weather world. But the NAM's been on to something for several runs now. We go back to yesterday's 18Z run, it was still showing this. And oh, now we're too far out of range. Jumped a little too far out of range there. See, even on the 12Z yesterday. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 model runs since, and it's still showing that. Still. That's the NAM, everyone. Think a little too much coffee today, hopefully. The plan for Powerless Christmas morning in Enumclaw. I'd plan for anything at this point. So just be ready for anything, really. Prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. That's all I can say. We'll likely hit the Hood Canal Bridge. Yeah, they're talking about, again, the possibility of a leeward low forming on the northeast side of the Olympics, which would bring a very tight pressurized gradient to the general North Puget Sound area in particular, including the Admiralty Inlet. If you guys have seen those UW models, they've been absolutely sobering with the wind gusts. East Lewis County. Yeah. Again, wind starting out of the east likely, and then quickly switching out of the south sometime around noon. Again, model timing is still extremely inconsistent. Oh, looks like someone started a stars party. I might have missed your... Okay, there we go. Zacel Katrine, thank you for donating 99 stars. Appreciate that. Should be 30 to 60 minutes in advance. I wish I could give you more precise time, but there's a huge spread. We're less than 24 hours in now. Winds could be starting in as little as 18 hours from now if these models were to pan out. You see just how quickly these are hourly runs, and it has you picking up to 66 here in Tacoma by 1. And then down to under 60 by 5. And then the winds pretty much just die out right behind that. So it's going to be quick duration. That's what we're hoping for. But this would be a favorable track and a favorable depth on here. See, this just has a huge 980 millibar low right there. That's deep. And I want to see if we're getting anything on the HER yet, if we're close enough on the HER. Hang tight, folks. And we're pretty close. I don't like how deep that low pressure system is in its position. Ooh boy. It even develops a tilt to it. So this pressure gradient would move directly up the Willamette Valley corridor. And likely into the Puget Sound if it holds at this too. Yeah, I see a lot of your questions, especially on Facebook, asking about precise locations. I can't do any forecasting for a precise location right now. Sorry about that. But just know if you're west of the Cascades, you're likely going to get this. Anywhere west of the Cascades, even including Oregon as well. This right now, models show this being up there with 2006 and 1993 for some spots. I wish I was kidding about that. If you guys were alive during those times. I know most of you, if not all of you, were alive during 06, but 1993 I was not alive. But I've heard a lot of stories about 1/20/93. NAM model ever been correct? There are times when the NAM model has been correct or has even been outperformed by actual observations. Like, for example, October 25th's windstorm, the NAM was pretty close to it, but it outperformed all the models on October 25th. And then recently, last Wednesday, I think it was last Wednesday morning when I had my big stream with that windstorm, it also outperformed to a degree. Snohomish County Fire District number 4. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's really good to see a lot of public pages and government-run pages on here too. Like I just discovered today that Tacoma Public Utilities followed my account here on Facebook. That's a big time account. Euro's still downgrading. The euro actually went up. Let me show you this again. We're not quite in range yet of the HER, to be precise, but let me show you guys the European here. You think Enumclaw will get wind gusts? Very likely, yes. Again, starting out of the east, you guys could get some of those east winds overnight and tomorrow morning, and then switching to the south pretty rapidly. Because this pressure gradient, this is going to move in, and it's going to be quick. Because this thing is a projectile missile aimed at us right now. It's gaining some ground. It's got a very, very potent bent back occlusion on it. This is a feature of stronger, more mature mid-latitude cyclones. It's even got a double barrel low within it, and that means there's actually two areas of low pressure right next to each other, which again is a model nightmare. If one of these deepens farther than the forecast is showing, we could be in big time trouble. And again, we're just kind of speculating at this point. But let me show you again wind gusts on the European. So around 30 to 40 here on the 12Z European earlier. And you notice it bumps us up substantially. Did you guys see that? I'll show you guys one more time. 12Z, 18Z. 12Z, 18Z. Let's zoom in to show you guys again. 12Z, 18Z. See those 40s pop up? Those haven't been on there the last 18 to 24 hours. Any gut feelings? If I had to go with my gut feeling, I'd say that we're definitely in some trouble tomorrow. I do not let that stress you guys out, okay? I'm hoping everyone took their precautions already. You know, I'm hoping if you have access to a generator, make sure the oil's changed on it. Make sure your gasoline isn't oxidized. Keep extra gasoline handy. You know, test your generator. Make sure it's providing a steady current. If you have any inverters, make sure those work. Any power supplies, backup power supplies, like mine, were put to the test last Wednesday and they worked. The stream stayed up during one power outage as well as several different micro power outages right next to each other. So my stuff works. 40s is a heck of a lot better than 60s. Yes, but what they're not telling you though is that this is just one deterministic run. So this doesn't take several runs and combine it back down into one. Let me tell you what I mean by that. This is the estimated pressure on the 18Z, 986 millibars. But I'm about to show you a tool called the ensemble. This is the EPS. So this is the European ensemble mean. And then we're going to go to members. So you may think, okay, it's weaker, right? It's weaker. But if you look at the other ensemble members here, they're stronger. And a lot of them, there's quite a bit of agreement on where the position of this low is going to be within about 50 to 100 miles and how strong it's going to be. There's pretty good agreement. And this is the danger zone, as I like to call it. This would likely be the danger zone right here. Anything farther to the east than, say, the foothills is less of a danger. And that's what the European deterministic was showing before. But it's starting to bring it a bit back farther west, guys. And that's not great news. How's Kitsap County? In the event that some of the models I'm seeing verify, Kitsap County would not be spared by that. Realistically, there wouldn't be a real safe area from wind if this one were to verify. Let's see what the chat's saying here. Oh boy, what's going on with her? Hang on, I think we're in range now. We're well within range. Oh yikes! 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 The her, everybody. Bad news. You may think, okay, it's not 70, but I mean, sheesh. Showing what the NAM was showing about a day ago or so. Again, the NAM was showing way more than this, but still, 65 for Mount Vernon. This is a pretty reliable high-res model when it comes to wind, folks. So I have a hunch that we may be in some trouble tomorrow now. And this would be around 1 p.m. on the forecast model. Yikes. Oh boy. So again, starts out with the east wind. Then east wind picks up going into 11 a.m. And then this should have the winds pick up sharply around noon around the area. But if you're farther south, it's going to pick up sooner. So if you're down towards like Longview or Kelso, I'd be ready by probably 9 a.m. at the earliest. Just to give you a little bit of deviation. Oh, yeah. Snohomish County, Bonnie Lake. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I would travel in this, honestly. Again, remember, this is a region-wide blow. You know, I think the coast may be spared in terms of damaging wind gusts, but it would still be notably strong off the coast if something like this were to happen. But yeah, I'm very nervous seeing these model runs around the area. Because I have a lot of trees behind my mom's house, and if we have a bigger gust than this, I don't know if those trees are going to hold with all the soil moisture too. But again, it's just, man, 0Z Her, everyone, just drops a banger on us. Yikes. Ugh, Graham, dead center of this, 60 miles per hour if both the Her and the Nam were to verify. Again, let's compare it with the Nam one more time. Nam's a little bit earlier. And the Nam's just on the roids, I swear. It's on the steroids. I think you could probably shave up to 20 miles per hour off of this and call it a little more accurate. But judging by what I'm seeing on the Her now, you may just be able to shave 10 miles per hour off of that. You went back to the 18Z. Let's show you the difference between the 18Z here and the 0Z. See, it pushes the storm back a couple of hours, as you noticed there. But, whew. Yep. Even though the Euro's not showing it, I think it's time to sound the alarm, folks. I've been kind of hesitating at this just because some of the comments I've seen and some of the harassment that a lot of the weather forecasters around here have been getting with this. It's considerable. Sorry, guys, I haven't been paying bunch attention to the comments. I'm just kind of starstruck by what I'm seeing here. Jeez, Bellingham Airport, hurricane force winds at 3 p.m. Are you serious right now? Oh no, folks. All of the high-res data is in. It's in range. We have the recent high-res data, and the high-res data is a screaming wake-up call. Definitely not liking what I'm seeing here on the high-res models. Okay, now let's go check out some comments. Hang on. I'm going to check out YouTube first. Wow, thank you, Julie Rogers, for donating 5 coffees. That reminds me, guys, if you want to help donate to keep streams like this alive in the future, please consider a small donation to Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch, just like Julie Rogers did just now. Link will be in the comments for you guys. And then we're going to go read some comments here real quick. But let me just keep things at a wide view here real quick to show you guys here. I also need to post my stream link over to X and Blue Sky also. So hang on. After I do that, I'll start reading your comments. Ooh, Michael Snyder had a double upload today, too. Oh, not inspect element. There we go. Okay, posted on X. Hang on, folks. Be right back with you guys. Hang tight. All right, let's go read some comments real quick. Hang on, guys. I'm going to look at YouTube first because there's a lot of YouTube comments. Then I'll come back to Facebook. '18Z GFS did back off quite a bit, yes, but GFS is a very low res model. I wouldn't prefer to use that this late in the game. Hey there, William Gatlin. If you're still hanging around, good to see you. Yeah, the coast doesn't look that bad. Not as bad as the inland Puget Sound, which is a little bit of a flip from what we usually see. Family traveling from the Parkland area to Enumclaw around 2 p.m. Oh boy, if the winds start screaming out of the south around that time, you're gonna have very heavy crosswinds going east. Probably have some strong crosswinds, just a heads up. It's really not my call to make to advise to not travel, but the risk is yours. So I'm gonna leave that up to the individuals. I'm not going to influence your decisions, but I'm just going to tell you what my hunch is. This be as bad as last week's storm, this would be much worse. If these models were to verify, this would be much worse. Second, the info on Yelm. Ooh, yeah, Yelm is probably going to be one of the harder hit areas if this were to work out. It's going to be out of the south. After we get winds out of the east, it's going to come out of the south. And again, what's different with this system is that the upper level winds are going to be parallel with the mountain ranges. And Michael was showing a good article on this last night. I think from a guy named Reed Wolf, if I recall correctly, but he's like the windstorm expert. And he had documentations on storms like the Columbus Day storm, Inauguration Day storm, and Hanukkah Eve storm. And about how some of these storms that took the classic south to north track like this one have done the most damage around this area because the upper level winds parallel the mountain ranges and can mix down these winds towards the surface much easier. It doesn't have to work against the terrain like a storm coming out of the southwest or out of the west. It's not perpendicular or at an angle. It's dead on down the valleys. This is why it's definitely a little nerve-wracking seeing a system like this come up. Yeah, see 992 around Tacoma, and then it goes up to 997. That's a 5 millibar pressure rise in 1 hour. Not good. Definitely not good. How's this year's lineup of storms so far compared to a normal year? I think it's a normal year and then some. Kitsap Peninsula would be under the gun. Kitsap County, Vashon Island under the gun. Pretty much anywhere in western Washington should be prepared for this. Snohomish County, Bonnie Lake, same with you. What time are peak winds expected? Well, the watch is between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. That gives them enough range to have some deviations on either side. So plus or minus 2 hours is usually my rule. So it could be as early as 10 a.m. It could be as late as 4 p.m. when the winds start. There's quite a huge spread still. About Olympia, yes, you too. Belfair area of the Hood Canal, most likely, yes. Kind of freaking me out. Yeah, Yelm. Same thing with Yelm, yes. Enumclaw up in the air. Not sure about that. Carnation and Duval. Ooh. Yeah, you guys are oriented. That valley is mainly south to north, so you could definitely get some winds tunneling through that valley and exceeding possibly 50 plus miles per hour. I should say gusts. Sustained winds would likely be anywhere between 25 and 35 miles per hour. Why would Longview have less wind speed than the Puget Sound? Let's go check out. Did we have less wind speed? Yeah. You might have the east end of the coastal range helping you out here, just a tad bit. It's a little bit hard to tell. The models aren't always great. Even the high-res models aren't great on specific terrain features. So I would give you like plus or minus 5 miles per hour on each end of this. So around, what is this? Around 49 to 59 miles per hour, respectively. And this is around the 11 a.m. A plus or minus 2 hour rule. Let's say around 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Expect these winds to come through. It'll last for a few hours. 2 to 3 at least for peak max gusts. When might this be over with tomorrow night? We're hoping by 7, because that is the expiration of the watch. It has not been upgraded to a warning or an advisory yet. We're still in the watch. So since we're within 24 hours, we should have that upgrade any time now. And I'll be on standby to see if they go with the advisory or go with the warning. Or some areas could stay with the advisory, some areas could go with the warning. Kathy Duffy, thank you for 140 stars. Appreciate that. Yeah, again, sorry guys. I see you guys are going ballistic with your precise areas. I won't be able to answer them all. What was that in all caps? Everett Fire Department just put out a warning for Snohomish County. Yeah, funny enough, Everett Fire Department actually follows my page, too. You think you'll get more concrete model updates for predictions? We may have to wait until the darn event itself. We may have to nowcast this whole thing. If the Euro doesn't get its act together, like the rest of these models are trending up, the Euro's just the redheaded stepchild at this moment. It's hard to say about easily the most accurate model historically with wins, at least as of recent. It's hard to say, trust me, but even Michael's talking about this. There could just be some issues with the initialization of that model that we don't quite know of until this thing's already on top of us. Still expecting easterlies. Yes, easterlies tonight, but picking up tomorrow morning and likely peaking right before this pressure gradient rides up the sound. So these wind gusts here, these are going to be easterlies. See the easterlies coming around Mount Rainier? And then we switch to southerly right there. Likely sometime around noon. As seen up here, 12 p.m. And then peak winds probably going to be sometime around, I'm going to say noon to 2 p.m. for the central Puget Sound. And then working its way up to Bellingham. So probably around 1 to 3 or 2 to 4 for the North Sound. And it even has Vancouver getting in its action too. Vancouver would probably be sometime around 2 to 4 or 3 to 5. And that's for peak winds. That's not all winds. It will likely still be blustery and maybe borderline damaging before and after for a couple of hours too. Just a little heads up on that. This is going to be bigger than the windstorm we just had. If models keep up with this solution, yes. You have the capacity, possibly let me know what's in store for the Auburn area. Same thing as the rest of the I-5 corridor. I'm going to generalize this for you guys, okay? It's too risky to give you precise forecasts for your specific areas. So I'm just generalizing it for you guys. If as seen here, the brand new imagery that just came out is correct, then we will likely see wind gusts 50 to 60, some areas higher, throughout the early afternoon hours tomorrow. Napavine, yes, you as well. Bainbridge Island, yes, you as well. Isquassamish, yes. Abbotsford, Canada. Oh, yeah, Abbotsford would probably get it pretty good. Camino Island, yes, especially you, too. We'll likely see your areas up north here get high wind warnings pretty soon. Will they go with the high wind warning for the sound? Questionable at the moment. That's funny. Someone named Joseph R. Biden Jr. just subscribed on YouTube. That's hilarious. Now let's see, what are the weather boys talking about? Yeah, NWS Portland, they do not have a single product out for the coast yet. Like, come on, guys. What in the heckola are you guys doing? We have the watch out for our coast. Medford has, I think this is the warning now. Yes, Medford has the warning. And Eureka also has the warning. So all of the offices except for Portland have the warnings and or watches out for the coast. But what is Portland doing here? Like, a lot of these people are going to be clueless until this thing's right on top of them. Like, come on, NWS, do better. Shelby Winston, thank you for your donation of 99 stars. Appreciate that. Noontime, probably as early as 10 o'clock. Could even be as early as 9 a.m. Just a heads up. These models don't always do good on the timing. You usually have to give them a 1 to 2 hour cushion on either side, just in case. And that's just to be safe. Kilometers. Oh yeah, but I'm on standby any time for when this upgrade to the watch goes through. I have a hunch that we'll see the entire Puget Sound area and the coast under a high wind warning. My opinion, as well as the Northwest Interior. Northwest Interior is almost a lock for a high wind warning. I'm going to say it's almost a lock. Puget Sound area, questionable. But I have a hunch that we'll see a high wind warning sometime in the next 2 hours for the Puget Sound area. That's my prediction right now. Portland's drinking spiked eggnog. Oh yeah. Geez, do I even want to zoom out and show you guys the Willamette Valley? It doesn't look as crazy as it's shown on the NAM, but still, it has close to 70 miles per hour for Portland. This would be at 11 a.m. tomorrow, plus or minus 2 hours. All day. No, it would be a pretty quick hitting event. So it would be no more than a few hours likely, at peak. But in total with wind, it would likely be most of the afternoon. Yes, most of the afternoon. And remember, it's going to start out as east winds, just not as strong as the south winds or the foothills. So areas like North Bend, Snoqualmie, Gold Bar, Bering, Index, possibly Enumclaw, parts of Eatonville as well. Just a heads up, you could get some gusty east winds tomorrow morning. South winds in Ording get pretty gnarly. Yeah, I was talking to my old boss at Safeway today, and he lives in Ording, and he was talking about how he didn't have any major impacts from the flooding because he's along the Carbon. But the Puyallup side, good golly, Puyallup side was getting ravished down there. The Carbon side did pretty well, but he was telling me too about how the winds, he lost power with the winds on Wednesday. He was telling me about how he's definitely amped up to see if these winds do verify for tomorrow. Hey there, Debbie Frost. Welcome back in. When's the next model update? Well, this is the quarterly update, the one that goes out to 48 hours. I'd say we're pretty close in time now for the hourly runs. It's going to be pretty darn close. Probably going to have to wait a few more of the hourly runs until this thing's in full range. This is frame 21, and the hourly ones go out to frame 18. So probably about 3 hours before we start having hourly updates on this specific model. But the NAM and the quarterly full run updates of her are every 6 hours. And we just had it render, so it wouldn't be until like 11:30 at night or midnight. Yeah, I think the National Weather Service in Portland is being dangerously conservative. Why is the NAM so crazy looking? NAM's gonna NAM. You know, the NAM's gonna do NAM things. Uh, it's got a recent reputation now that people know that it's gonna be discontinued in favor of the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, or RRFS, which we can pull this up right now. The RRFS itself is leaning more towards the euro. Maybe a little bit stronger than the euro. Again, this is an experimental model, and it says up here, not for decision making. This shows around 40 to 45, so a pretty modest blustery day, but nothing major on the RRFS forecast model here. But yeah, geez, that her and that NAM though. Yeah, I hear a lot of people are canceling plans already just because they're taking precautions. You know, I don't take any personal accountability if you cancel your plans and it doesn't happen. That's all on you. I'm just gonna say that right now. So I already know if this thing doesn't pan out, us weather people are going to have a difficult time dealing with the public for quite some time. We may lose their trust altogether, which would be disappointing but expected. Olympia still be as strong as Portland. I wish I could give you a definitive answer. Again, the HER model, 0Z HER model, has you getting between 60 and 65 by 1 p.m. and 60 around noon. Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, a high wind warning is probably going to be a lock for these northwest region areas. Talking about north and west of Everett. So Whidbey Island, Camino Island, San Juan Island, Bellingham area, Mount Vernon, Burlington, Arlington, and Stanwood would likely be in a high wind warning here in the next few hours. I would hope they do that upgrade here very shortly, since we're well within 24 hours now. Usually they wait until about 18 to 24 hours out to put out the updated products, if there's a watch. From bomb cyclone and Ording. Yeah, you're pretty sheltered from east winds and Ording. You don't get too strong east winds, at least from what I've heard. You can say it was a joke, but for a lot of people it wasn't a joke. So just be careful with that. Shoreline Auxiliary Communications Service. Hello there. Welcome into the stream. Glad to have you. I'm the hope for the Euro and the RRFS. Isn't that the truth? Public can kick rocks and learn about personal responsibility. Hey, fair enough. But I'm just the spokesperson here. Yeah, so we'll probably be in hourly range of this by the time the 3Z HER comes out, which is around 3 hours away. Are we still going to be on by that time? I don't know. I just know tomorrow's going to be a long day. I've already pretty much cleared my schedule for Christmas Eve. I know there's not going to be a stream on Christmas. Unless there were to be a huge flop and, you know, if we even have power on Christmas. Geez, if we don't have power, maybe I'll do a mobile live stream. We'll see. Maybe I'll do a mobile live stream as I travel to Tacoma. But I can't make any guarantees that the stream will be stable because I don't have any network boosters, cell data boosters, or Starlink or anything like that. So I can't make any guarantees. Hey there, Daniel Rice. What's up from your neighbor in Milton, just south of you? The HER, as far as I know, has newer infrastructure than the NAM. At least I believe the HER, the HER's had its wins in the past, for sure. It's had its wins on the winds. See what I did there? Just not all the time. But if it's showing something like right between the NAM and the Euro, then I believe it's on to something. But there's a few other models I can show you guys here too. Like for example, let's do the rep. See, even the wrap here. This one updates hourly, and the... Let me make sure here. I think the... Okay, I think the 15Z... Yeah, so... It does quarterly full runs again out to 51 hours. It's kind of weird. It goes out to 51 hours on the full runs, and then I think it does 21 on the other hourly runs. So on the 21Z, it was showing 60 plus on this one too. But again, low resolution, so not always trustworthy. Still showing the same thing here on the most recent update. The 0Z wrap model here. I want to see, what does the Canadian show? Not always accurate. But the Canadian's showing much less. But we don't usually use the Canadian for forecasting winds. Typically, we don't. I just saw, okay, 0Z's running on the NAM 12km, which means the 0Z NAM 3km drum roll is going to be starting very soon. See if the NAM's still on to something. We'll be watching that live. Hello, Katie Spang says hello from Puyallup. Hello from Milton, your neighbor to the north. Any fat chance this thing will lose steam? Not fat. I hate to say it, not fat. It's still deepening. I saw a page go as far as to call this a bomb as well. But I have to remember exactly what pressure it started at 24 hours ago. It may be predicted as a bomb cyclone, which again is a 24 millibar drop of pressure in 24 hours. Right now, according to European model guidance, is at 994. Current observations will probably tell different. Apparently, it doesn't show isobars before... I swear it did, but I guess not. I know it was at like 1,002 a few hours ago, so it's deepening pretty quick. It's already down to 994. Yeah, geez, that thing is monstrous. It's coming for the North California coast first. So Eureka area. Like really, anywhere from San Francisco northward along the coast, get ready for some wind here in the next few hours. Yeah, our Canadian one does suck. You said it. No offense to Canadians. Downtown Snohomish would likely be hit from this. This have on AM flights. I don't know about AM flights. PM flights, entirely possible. The winds will likely be due south. So if you take off going north, you probably won't have as much of a problem. You'll have a strong tailwind, which could actually accelerate your takeoff speed. So flying in may have some problems. But flying out, I don't see as many problems. Just pay attention to SeaTac, other airports like Payne Field, or any delays tomorrow. Just as a heads up. Don't pay attention to me for that stuff. I'm no expert when it comes to aviation behind the scenes. Nine Z the low is 1007. Okay. Yeah, it's not 9Z if you mean like... Hang on, what? Okay. If you mean like 15 hours ago, then yeah, that's nowhere near a bomb cyclone. Thank you, John Slumnicki, for your donation of a coffee. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, prepare, charge your batteries for emergency communications, for sure. Be prepared. Don't sweat, don't try to brush this one off. It looks like the NAM's actually weakening it so far from what I've seen. Let's see how that translates. Still have to wait a little bit for the frames to render here. Let's see, it shows that east wind tonight. This is around 9 p.m. and it's showing some blustery east winds tonight, around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Apparently, talking to some of my weather friends here, Jonathan Pulley, you guys should know him if you're up in Whidbey Island. The main forecaster for Whidbey Island weather. He's saying the NAM's actually weaker than the HER at the moment, which is a good sign. So, did the NAM just backtrack within 18 hours of this event or less? That would be interesting, to say the least. Let's look at pressure. We're gonna switch to California zone here. Yeah, it's pretty deep. It's at 989 millibars, but let's go compare this to the last run and see it's way weaker at the moment. Hey, almost a 10 millibar difference there, which is good. If you guys want less wind, this is good news what we're seeing so far. But will it stick to its fruition? Hey Sonia, welcome in. Timing for this for Everett North can give you a very broad range, but the models are still scrambling on timing right now. I'm just gonna say, just focus on the high wind watch timing right now, which is 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's gonna be the general range for across the entire area. Anytime between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. It's likely when we'll see our strongest winds tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Yeah, we're just waiting for these frames to render. Very anxious to see what the NAM shows with this storm once it's up in our neck of the woods. Let's see what happens here. And guys, I'm going to record a TikTok update real quick. Got a lot of criticism on my first ever TikTok. Oh boy, and I got trolls. One of the few jobs where you can be 1000% wrong and stay employed. Yeah. Haha, funny. Okay. Jeez, did I already hit 500 TikTok followers? No, but we're darn close. Let's see what's going on here. A 986 in this frame versus 970. Oh, really way weaker. Like 16 millibars weaker. I think the NAM's gonna cave. Let's see. Will the NAM cave? Hey, Corey Medina, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, TikTok can be rude. I know that. I'm not gonna let TikTok get to me. Wonder, is there a way to set comments to followers only? Do you know? I think all the comments are public right now, and oh yeah, there's trolls. One said no, it isn't. Yeah, on the latest NAM. Yeah, so far. But something to note, it still does show it getting stronger, just not at a fast pace as shown before. Like, look at this. In the last NAM, it had 969 here. And it's up 15 millibars to 984. You want this number to be higher if you want it to be weaker. Just a heads up. I don't care for TikTok. Yeah, it's really just because I took a quick look at TikTok and I thought there's not enough regular weather coverage in this area on TikTok. Let's change that. The Her is coming in hot. Like Kevin Jones said, yeah, the Her really dropped a banger on us. But what will the NAM say when it gets in the range? Will the NAM continue to show the same numbers or will it be substantially less? Can we see a cave? Yeah, I could turn comments off if I wanted to, but I want people's input on things. Surface analysis has it currently at 993. Does this map say the same? Not quite. Currently 993, which I believe is already way weaker than the NAM was forecasting in the last run. Oh yeah. It has it slowing down by 10 millibars already. I think we all knew the last NAM was on coke or something. TikTok Live is nice for gifts and getting new followers. Yeah, I don't see, because I wanted to set up the vertical cam today to go live on TikTok, but I'm not quite seeing where I'm able to go live. Then again, I'm brand new to the TikTok community, so I'm still learning these things. Yeah, do you have to have a certain amount of followers to go live on TikTok? When's timeline on Pacific County or Coast? Well, the NWS in Portland should have your product out by now, but they don't. I wonder why that is. They're taking their sweet time, their sweet, 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 glorious time to put out products for the coast. Now we can transition to this view. And now we can see over a couple more frames here what this is going to do. Think 1K. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Well, we're going to hit 500 here very quick, so we'll find out. But yeah, good to see I'm not going crazy. I'd like to eventually set up to do a vertical live stream off the computer on TikTok as well. And do TikTok lives. While doing my Facebook and YouTube lives simultaneously. But yeah, I'm distracted. Let's record this TikTok. Ooh, 982 right along the coast. Interesting. Will it go sub 980? That's the question. Will it go at 980 or under? Okay, you can get a notification. You will get a notification when you can go live. Awesome stuff. Yeah, my first day, and I'm 15 followers shy of 500 already. That's insane. Algorithms really went in my favor after that first TikTok I posted. I started getting followers within like the first 45 minutes, I say. Ooh, screen's all dirty. Now my camera is all dirty. Hang on. There we go. Much better. Someone said, I would like to unsubscribe from Weather 2025, please. Well, once 2026 is around, you are automatically unsubbed. Everyone. Need to go to Aberdeen in the morning. Just curious what the winds will be. Yeah, we're waiting on the recent, oh, and then it Okay, so it hits 982 and then it starts to weaken after that. Okay. Lisa Bencriff or Benchriff, thank you for sending 50 stars. So estimated timing right now, because you're also in the watch, is once again going to be 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. You can see strongest winds anytime really between noon and 4 is my best estimate. About noon to 4 tomorrow. We're 100 followers away on Facebook from 38K already. So it has it down to 983. Oh. Oh, look at that. It literally, it rides the coast range up to this area, hanging at 983. Once it gets up to about here, then we can see the wind gusts for this general area. Big storm tomorrow. Looking likely, yes. Took me like a year to get to 500. I'm at 7K now. Hey, good for you. That's awesome. Weaking means the wind's going nuts. No, weaking, when the number goes up, it means winds do not go nuts, or are less likely to go nuts. When the number goes down, that's when you start to worry. Will it get down lower than 983 in the next couple frames? Let's find out. We're almost ready to view. Going to be a bent back occlusion. Oh, definitely. And a pretty devious one at that. Look at this. This is the entire bent back occlusion right here. See, that is a massive, massive bent back occlusion. But as Jonathan just brought up to me, it's a less impactful track right now. As of right now. Yeah, that's a pretty gnarly bent back occlusion, or BBO. Let's see. We're in that range. I just noticed, yeah, it brings the strongest gusts to the east side now. See, look at this transition. It shoves it all the way to the east. Strongest winds in the Willamette earlier in the day tomorrow. In the south Willamette, it's probably going to be as early as 7 in the morning, I'd say. 7 to 8 in the morning, probably. Hey there, folks. Anthony here again. Puget Sound Stormwatch. I am currently live on YouTube and Facebook. If you guys would like to in for weather updates. Currently 6:03 p.m. December 23rd, 2025. Streaming for a few more hours if you guys want. Yeah, of course. Nam has the weakest run yet, right after the strongest. Let's go, Nam. Let's go. Bravo. Was I covering my mic during that? Let's change that real quick to a different color. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back with you. Gotta make sure to timestamp everything because I'm getting chastised for not putting timestamps on literally anything. Oh yeah, it it drops off embarrassingly. The Nam just caved, everyone. The Nam, bravo. So now the her and the Nam just swapped places. What the heck, man? A tricky forecast gets even trickier. All right. Here we go. New TikTok being posted. Crazy just how fast my follower counter is going off. 10 followers away from 500, just outside of 24 hours on TikTok. Crazy. Oh boy. And this pushes it back as well. This pushes the wind all the way back to like 3 p.m. for 3 or 4 p.m. It's pushing dangerously close to dark tomorrow night. I mean, you're expecting this to be occurring. Yeah, so again, the high wind watch is in effect until 7 p.m. tomorrow, between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Yeah, this was overshadowed, but there's also a coastal flood advisory for minor tidal overflow in the morning tomorrow. With that low pressure coming up, you may notice the tide's a little bit higher than normal, so minor coastal flooding possible along the waters here. Outside of that, anywhere else in the brown, like everything under the green here is in a high wind watch. And everything else in the brown is in a high wind watch. Notice this does not include the foothills of Snohomish County or North King County. So this does include areas like Enumclaw and Hobart and Black Diamond, for example, but it does not include areas like Preston, North Bend, Snoqualmie, Carnation, or Duval. Just a little heads up. These are going to be sustained. Now, these are going to be gusts. So the max that they're talking about right now is the gusts. But sustained winds will be up there too, about 25 to 35. And here's the text for you guys who want to see. This is east-northeast winds starting out 10 to 20, gusts to 30, suddenly shift to southerly in the afternoon. Speeds 25 to 35, gusts 50, to 60 possible. So I'll just leave this out here for you guys for now. Yeah, there's currently no storm warnings in effect for the water, which is kind of interesting. I thought they would at least put a storm watch out for that. Darcy Moffat, thank you for the Christmas present. 500 stars. Appreciate that. Roof is saved, maybe. I'm like 3 inches from Black Diamond. Yeah. Could be interesting, for sure. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, it's stumping. It's really stumping us weather guys right now. We're all talking together about this, formulating our forecasts, and this just again, like, it just doesn't show anything impactful anymore, which is good. It's great. But model runs we had before were just diabolical. You know, just completely diabolical around the area. And then we go back, we get a reality check by the looks of it. Looks like the RRFS is also running, so we can take a look at that once it gets in the range. See if the RRFS leans in towards the NAM or towards the HER. Yeah, when you're happy for 50 over 70, for sure. I'll be posting an update to address this tonight too. Talking about how the NAM finally decided to cave with like less than 18 hours left. Which is just wonderful, I tell you. Let's look at this. Current surface analysis. This was issued at 5:34 this afternoon. 5:34. Currently shows our low pressure system at 993, which is much weaker than what the last NAM was showing at this time. So good news. We likely just avoided 70-mile-per-hour gusts. That's confirmed. No, not confirmed. It's not confirmed until it happens. Anything's on the table still. That's just the reality. You have to be ready for anything. Wonder, with this downtrend, I wonder if they'll just go wind advisory for the Puget Sound now. There's a chance they do that. They may just put out a wind advisory and be like, "Oh yeah, no more high winds." I don't know. The ensembles don't quite show us out of the woods yet. This is a model I don't use too often. This is the FV3. Ooh, that didn't work out, did it? Yeah, FV3 downtrended from earlier. Big time downtrend. Wonder if this is the track or the strength that's giving these models problems. Again, Euro for comparison. This is what the Euro is showing right now. So the NAM just caved into the Euro. So I may have a lot of explaining to do to the Euro lovers. Let's see. Yeah, you know, surprise 60-mile-per-hour wind is not out of the question. For sure, not out of the question. I wonder if anyone's posted about the NAM yet. Can you imagine a rug pull very last minute from the NAM of all models? Kitsap County, did the timing shift? Timing is still variable right now, but I'm just going to say this. Follow the high wind watch timing. 10 a.m. tomorrow to 7 p.m. tomorrow. Just follow that. Be prepared on either side of that watch. Okay, that's the best advice I'm going to give you because every model's different on timing. Baiting actually making a post about this right now. No, I think I'll hold off a little bit. I'm gonna hold off a little bit until after the stream and see what the level of interest is on this. All right, let's see. We still have 64 of you guys hanging around here on Facebook, and we're up over 130 now on YouTube. And welcome in everybody if you're just tuning in. This is Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch, tracking up model runs on the wind tomorrow. Will it stick around or will it be a bust? That is the question now. We're within 18 hours and it's still too soon to tell you exactly what's going to happen. Just how rapidly will this how rapidly will this strengthen, and what is the exact track? Right now, it's looking like it's going to come close to the coast. Doesn't look like it's going to skirt the coast, but it's looking like it's going to come awfully close. It may even come onto the coast a little bit. You know, we'll have to track these small striations in the path in real time. And again, current observations as of 5:34 p.m., so about 42 minutes ago, showed a 993 millibar low. Right over there. Thank you guys again for the kind words. Appreciate that. Yeah, and the 0Z European won't come out until around 9:15 or so. It won't start coming out till around 9:15. We may be wrapped up by then, but I'm not 100% sure. There's the ding. Did they just upgrade? Nope, they did not. Yeah, if the NAM just caved, they're probably going to go wind advisory for the Puget Sound. And all bets are going to be off for a super damaging windstorm. That's anticlimactic. But definitely good news for tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, there will still be damage and power outages, but nothing like what the Forsaken NAM model was showing earlier. But just because the Euro deterministic is showing it doesn't mean we're out of the woods. Again, let me show you the ensembles here. Doesn't mean we're quite out of the woods yet with the ensembles. See, it's still showing average wind gusts of 50 miles per hour. So if we go and look at 10 to 90 percentiles here, still has some of the higher percentiles closer to 60, even 70 down here at Tacoma. But these are the 90th percentiles. These are only 10% likely to happen. Pull the inflatables in. I would do it just in case. I'm going to say I would do it just in case. If it doesn't happen, then sorry. But I would do it just in case. You just don't play any games with the system. That's my advice to you. Just don't test it. Still have a lot of variables at play here. Oh yeah, see, the AI forecast system has a very favorable track still. The AI ensembles. This is optimal positioning here for a damaging windstorm. Maybe not at this strength, but it does show some really low values here, like 984, 983. This is just the average. So the average that they're predicting is 991 here on the AI forecast system ensemble. Not even mad if the storm gets canceled. Yeah, I bet a lot of people won't be mad. Much better to be prepared, but I know there's already a lot of people that think we're crying wolf here. We just have to be realistic. We're calling for... I can see the small words. Yeah, sorry about that. But these are numbers. These right here, these are numbers. These are showing the last 2 digits of the pressure. So 90, for example, 990. 89, 989. 84, 984. The average is here, 991. And still, it's not going to be till later tonight when we get these ensembles to render. Let's go look at the GEFS ensemble. And still in the favorable position, maybe a little bit too far to the west. We want something to hit the coast if you want wind, but otherwise not. But we're talking wind, you want something to hit right around the coast of Jefferson County right here. So right around the Queets area, you want this thing to make landfall. And this shows the low pressure center stronger than the European AI ensemble does. Again, this is the American GFS ensemble run. And this is low resolution too, so it's not going to show much for wind. This is useless. Just forget I ever showed you that. But the hourly runs are commencing for the HER in a couple more hours, and we should be in full hourly run range. Let's go check out some comparisons so far that we have access to. This says 987. And I'm actually way back. Never mind. Oh yeah, stronger here. The 982. Okay, new HER is 1 millibar weaker. That's good. 1 millibar weaker so far on this HER run. See, we went from 982 down to 983. And it brings it a little closer to the coast too. That's probably not good, that it brings it closer to the coast. We're watching the location of this pressure gradient right here. Right now, it appears to be oriented off to the southeast a little bit. But we just need 3 more frames to render, and then this model run is done. The wind's at 11 at Pacific Coast. Well, this model run finishes up at exactly 11 o'clock, so I have 2 more frames, and then I'll be able to give you an approximate answer on that. Yeah, better safe than sorry, 100%. The model's now in better agreement. Well, the NAM just had a historic cave back towards the European, which was showing basically a nothing burger. You know, the NAM had this huge inflation showing mega windstorm, and then it just dropped off a cliff all of a sudden. Within 18 hours, that's terrible for the model consistency. The run-to-run agreement just went out the window there. But in case you missed it, the HER just had a huge trend up. And right around like 5 to 10 miles per hour less than what the NAM was showing, but still a substantial blow to the Puget Sound area. See there? 60 plus for a lot of the area here. This would be at approximately 1 p.m. on this model. Yeah, so good news if you don't want a mega windstorm. Like something up towards Hanukkah Eve or Inauguration Day in the past. That's good news. But we just lost all of our model consistency with that on the NAM. But it's still looking quite windy on the coast there by 9 a.m. So 11 a.m. Pacific Coast, that's a very broad area. It's going to vary based on your exact location. I can't give any specific details. I'm just going to say it's going to be windy regardless of where you're at. It's just a matter of strength and the time of the winds, but I can't say that with extreme accuracy. You get the link so I can look at it. Yeah, just a heads up. You won't be able to see gusts on here because I pay for this. But if you want to look at some maps, I'll give you, we got the thing. What was that? Nope, just more climate summaries. Okay. Yeah, so you won't have access to the gusts on this because this is paid. Euro's looking good now. Going to be a lot of precipitation. No, not very much. What are the predictions now for the wind tomorrow? It's looking much more modest. We just need to see what the HR's going to do now. Because the HR 0Z went crazy, as you guys saw. I just showed you guys there. HR 0Z goes pretty strong in this area. What just happened? Okay, there we go. He brings another storm Christmas Day for Southern Oregon. But yeah, it goes pretty crazy for us. Okay, see, we're just on the outskirts here. We need a couple more runs to get this in full range, since now we're in hourly run mode. Again, Portland area, still showing 64 for Portland. It downtrended a bit for Portland, so that's good. You see, it took away this whole yellow blob up here from the 0Z to 1Z. It got rid of that. So, good signs here. It may, for all we know, all the weather models may have just been drunk until literally 12 hours out, and then it decides to have the rug pull of the century. Transit canceled winds due, or your transit was canceled due to winds and flooding. Ooh. Yeah, if this storm doesn't happen, I already know the criticism's going to be out of this world. I'm just preparing myself for it. And it reminds me, let's go look at the UW run. What does the UW run show for this? UW run as of, see, 12Z, so this it's going to be valid for 1 p.m. So 12Z, this was the morning time UW run. I think it runs twice a day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it does twice a day. But the earlier run of the UW model still brings a tight pressure gradient across the area. Still has a big storm on the UW WRF GFS model here. You think it's more significant for the HR to uptrend than the NAM downtrend? Possibly. We'll have to wait till we get an hourly run range to really determine that. To see if it sticks around or not. The faith in your forecast, sir. Yeah, I wish I had faith now. The NAM just took all of that faith away and crumbled it. Crushed it. Because we had the NAM and the HR, the two short-range models, trend up, and then one backs out of it last minute. That's not great from a forecaster's perspective. Let's see, where's the RRFS at? This one should be in range. No, it's still not in range yet. But let's wait to see what the RRFS experimental model shows. This is the one that's likely going to replace, I think this is replacing both the HR and the NAM next year. I think this is going to be an all-in-one model replacing those two. Let's see what the experimental one shows. Doppler Dave says the HR will correct itself. Yeah, it has a good habit of correcting itself on an hourly basis. See, RRFS shows those east winds tomorrow too. This is at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So some of the east winds making their way down in the Enumclaw as well with wind gusts. Probably 30 to 35 would be realistic for that. And it's picking up on fairly modest Fraser River outflow too. Excuse me, as well. But we need a few more frames to see what happens here. Yeah, the NAM was consistently 60 plus for at least 5 models in a row, and then it backs out. This one could be an outlier, for all you know. Yeah, tomorrow morning's going to tell a huge story, folks. It's going to be the story of a generation. Ooh, boy. Ooh, ooh. What is the RRFS going to show? Big uptrend in the RRFS. Oh, yeah. Mammoth uptrend in the RRFS. We may not be out of the woods quite yet. Again, remember, this is the experimental model that should be replacing the NAM next year. So yeah, the NAM could be an outlier, but what will the RRFS show here? This is an experimental model that is only just now getting some attention. It's been getting some attention recently, but a lot of us forecasters up here in the Pacific Northwest have been referring more to the RRFS as of recent. Now that likely the NAM and the HER are on their final days. Now we get to look towards the RRFS and see what happens with that. Can I get a nothing burger? Sounds like nothing burger is probably going to be the next shirt design. Lineman in Clark County wondering if I get Christmas this year. It's going to come down to the wire. Sorry, I had to. I had to. I'm so sorry. But it's going to come it's going to come down to the wire. Don't understand the different models. Yeah, it's all based on how they originate and process data. Every single one has a different algorithm to calculate it. That's why we refer to all of them, or as many as possible. And some have their biases as well. Just some have their biases. Doppler Dave, thank you so much for your super duper. NAM is like the crazy drunk uncle, isn't it? Yeah, everyone, W for Doppler Dave in the YouTube chat. Just ridiculous with the ups and downs. Yes, it is. I'm pretty frustrated myself. Looks like RRFS has it peaking around 980 and then starting the weekend as it moves back up. This would still bring up huge blow to the Oregon coast. And then it starts to pull inland here, so watch out. See, it's showing 70 again for Portland. The RRFS is really about to pull the largest plot twist in Pacific Northwest weather history, isn't it? Is that really what we're gonna see? It has it weakening pretty good between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., like literally when it's on the outskirts of our area. Thank you, Ian Gregg, for sending 50 stars. Appreciate that donation. Yeah, and remember, the NAM occasionally overdoes, too. In this case, it was likely severely overdoing as of the 18Z and prior. Like, all the way back to yesterday's 12Z run of the NAM. It was going pretty ballistic on winds around here. The RRFS also sets the timing back a little bit compared to the HER. I want to see if we can effectively compare this. Yeah, you see? Had that little jump backwards. It sets the timing back about 1 to 2 hours. But yep, here it comes. Frame number 20. Here it comes. The low is at 983 still. Yeah. It's in a perfect spot for big wind, and then it swings that gradient up the I-5 corridor. We may have just had the biggest plot twist in weather model history right in front of our eyes, folks. When will it hit Tacoma area? For anyone asking when will it hit, I'm going to refer you back to the NWS on this one. The watch is for between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. tomorrow. It'll likely hit any time between that, so just be ready for it. Timing is going to shift around. We're not going to be able to see exact timing until this thing's right on our doorstep. That's just the reality of it. So I'm going to say this again and again to anyone who asks. 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the sound. All right, what does this show? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. RRFS and the NAM are agreeing on one thing, and that's a big-time blow to us. Not laughing at that. I'm just laughing at the group Discord chat I'm in. All of us weather guys, again, all talk to each other. So we're always talking to each other about the forecast, and we're literally watching this frame by frame as it goes, and everyone's commenting on it. You know, if this up-down was like that with the Hanukkah Eve storm, according to what Michael said in his stream last night, the models were locked in 4 days out on the Hanukkah Eve storm. And remember, this was before really the dawn of the internet. So he may have just been using legacy models online. I'm not 100% sure. But it sounds like we were locked in days in advance for the Hanukkah Eve storm. They knew this was going to be a thing several days out. And it pretty much nailed the forecast for that. It's unusual how we're still having these problems nowadays. Yep. Sure enough. Who knows? Will the NWS look at this and consider maybe going to high wind warning for the Puget Sound? It's going to be up to them. It's not going to be up to me. It's going to be up to them. This is at 2 p.m. and it has big winds, 55 to 65 around much of the Puget Sound and even 70 plus over the water. Look at this. Hurricane force winds over the North Sound here. Hurricane force, just shy of hurricane force over the inlet. Like literally right on hurricane force, 73. That's the threshold. Also along the Hood Canal. This is likely a leeward low forming from those very strong upper level winds crashing into the mountains, sinking and losing pressure. But it has the winds happening much quicker, especially down here in the South Sound. It has the winds happening for maybe 2 hours at most and then starts to wind down. So this is a different model. The different model, this is the RRFS experimental. This is the one that's set to replace, if I recall correctly, Mike said last night, both the NAM and the HER. So both the NAM and the HER are likely going to be decommissioned for this model starting next year. This has the most up-to-date technology being used for it. So therefore, in theory, it should be the most reliable. In theory. But again, it's in its experimental stage. They haven't cleared it past the experimental stage yet. At least not on pivotal weather. So, if you guys want to recap, Euro slightly went back up. It slightly went up to like 45 to 50 for our areas. The GFS has gone down, but that's not a reliable model for wind whatsoever. The NAM took a plot twist and went way down in the last run and completely cut off anything 60 plus, even 50 plus was out of the question on the NAM. The HER went up pretty substantially, and now the RRFS is going up. So now we have 2 out of 3 of our primary CAM models that we use going up, with the one deciding to back out and be drunk. Oh, help me. Look at that. Olympia 66 at 1 p.m. Ooh, did we hit 500 on TikTok? Yep, we did it. We hit 500 on TikTok. 505 followers now. Awesome. It only took it took a little more than a day, but we hit 500 in 1 day. That's insane. 505 and it keeps going up. Post the live stream notification. That one's not appeasing the algorithm as well, but Everett Washington looking at high winds. Yes. Although with one model backing out very last minute, it makes things that much harder. Because now we have models splitting with the Euro and the Her in this case. It's really a split. Like if you go with the wrap model, which I don't use too often as well, the wrap model still has big wind up here. See, the wrap model here has big wind. The NAM backed off its high horse. It went from this to this in just one run. And then there's our friend the Her. Her paints all of that yellow over us. Pretty substantial uptrend in the Her, and it sets the timing back quite a ways. At least 1 hour. So, see, big uptrend in the Her as well. I wouldn't say you're SOL quite yet. It's going to come down to real-time observations, and I'm going to be streaming most of the day tomorrow probably. I already told my family, like, hey, you know, I'm going to be locked in on this system tomorrow. You know, I'll save the family time for Christmas Day. Why does it keep changing? That's just how it works around here. That's just how it works. We're the Pacific Northwest. It's going to keep changing. Lisa Seckler sent 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you for that. All right, sweet. Hey, W's for Lisa Seckler, everybody. Which model do you find to be the most consistent and reliable? Usually the European, but the European was showing this being a big system for several days before it decided to drop off. And now the European is trending back up slightly, but it's ensembles. See, I don't see people posting the ensemble data enough, as much as they should. The ensembles still show an impactful system in a sweet spot. See, the average is about 989 millibars here, and in a favorable spot, but you see some of these members are lower, like sub 990 all the way around here. This is probably a quarter. This is more than a quarter of the ensemble members here showing an impactful windstorm on the ensemble run. Not the deterministic. A lot of people worship the deterministic, but I'm just talking about the ensemble data here. You know, this takes several starting conditions, it tweaks them slightly, and then averages out 50 different runs and a control member back down into 1, and these are the results you get. Yeah, I never figured it out too. It just kind of worked on its own. Yeah, W to Lisa for gifting 5 memberships. Show Oregon Coast forecasts. Oh, it depends on which model you want to go with because they all show something different. Really, it's really kind of a pick your poison kind of deal now. Well, we'll go with what the experimental's showing. And this is the experimental convection allowing or CAM model, aka short range high res model. Look at that, 86. It just shows these strong winds riding up the entire coast. And then only once it gets into Washington does it start swinging it inland and away from the coast. You see, you're still going to get strong winds along the coast. Don't get me wrong, you're still likely going to get strong winds here. See, this shows almost 60 here in the Grace Harbor Bar. And then it starts spreading the wind inland and even up in the Vancouver and surrounding areas too. Look at this, Abbotsford 62. This would still be a considerable windstorm, especially on Christmas Eve around the area. This is nothing to this is still something to run home about. We're not in the clear yet. Well, it's always important, Roland Connor, it's always important to stay open-minded. So we wouldn't want to stick to one model because one model does have its glitches from time to time. The European, which usually is the favorable model to use, has had its L's in past history. It hasn't always been the most reliable. So we have to keep our minds open and we have to keep using all of them. Being closed-minded, especially in the weather community, is a cardinal sin. 989 isn't bad. Yes, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not terrible. But you bring that pressure gradient into the right spot and it will get bad real quick. Yeah, it may not seem like a huge number. Geez, look at that leeward low right there. It gets down to 979? Are you serious? Yeah, see, that's the pressure gradient, and it gets really tight over the Oregon coast. Then this swings in, and then we start getting those erratic pressure rises behind it. Goes from around 990 to 994 in an hour, and then all the way up to 998. So 4 millibar pressure rises over 2 hours, like 8 millibars total, split up in the 4 over an hour each for 2 hours. That's still pretty big win. May not be super damaging, but it's still significant. I'm interested to see if the RRFS gets its big payday here. I haven't really had the opportunity to test it until now. Feels like it's aimed straight for Enumclaw. No, it's going to be straight for the water. It's really aiming straight for Olympia up to, say, Bellingham, probably. Look at this. This shows 70 miles per hour for a lot of Bellingham. That would be insane. Someone commented on your video. Oh boy, you're gonna be. Oh, reposted. Okay, never mind. Thought someone was about to drop a pretty snarly comment. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Who knows? If it keeps going up like this, we may be at 1K by tomorrow after this is all said and done. How are we looking for Eatonville Graham? Well, remember, your area is in the high wind watch. So just waiting to see if the NWS issues these updates to the watch anytime tonight. Let's go look at visible satellite again. Yeah, it's approaching the California coast. You know, really, if you're along the California coast, say north of, what is this, Santa Rosa area? Yeah. Santa Rosa up towards the border. You know, be ready by tonight for some big wind. Either way, it's going to be a strong storm for southern Oregon. And Northern California. That's pretty much a given at this point. We are at 800 elevation, always a guess. Yeah, winds are almost always going to be stronger the higher in elevation that you are. And let's see, I should have the ability to pull up. Yeah, I'll pull up the winds at 5,000 feet. Oh yeah, the winds are screaming through at 5,000 feet. They show it in knots. You multiply this by 1.15 to get miles per hour. And it has 90 mile per hour winds at 5,000 feet. And a lot of these, they're not going to mix down as strong as we're seeing up here. You know, you just like just like pretty much anything in physical nature, you're going to have losses in efficiency. It's just the way it is. You're never really going to have 100% efficiency unless you're in an extremely controlled environment. Let's see, where was I? Okay, let's check. 10,000 feet. Yep, 18,000 feet. Not as strong. Raj, we can't see 925 millibar winds here on the RRFS. Huh, can't see it on the HER either. Wonder if the NAM shows it. No, well, never mind that. Where was I here? Yeah, again, the NAM just dropped off. The drop off of the century on the NAM. No, there's not going to be much rain with this system. It's going to be mostly a wind maker. There's likely going to be some rain ahead of it tomorrow morning, but not anything heavy that I can see. And see, it's going to be out of here pretty quick. As quick as it moves in, it's going to be out. See? Pew! It's out. Does advisory watch them warning? Yes, but they can upgrade the watches to advisories. They consider it an upgrade when you go from watch to advisory. They say it's an upgrade just because wind advisories are short term compared to a high wind watch. They usually order it based on the timing, the expected timing of the event. So they have a watch set if they expect wind gusts, damaging wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or greater. And then they can upgrade that to either a wind advisory for lesser winds or a high wind warning for higher winds, which should be coming any time now. I would hope. If the NWS puts it out sooner, that would be the best news. I wish I could see what the NWS is seeing right now. They use a model, let's see. Let's see, what does the short range ensemble forecast show? This one was showing pretty crazy earlier. Yeah, there's a bit of spread on this. Short range ensemble forecast, I think this might be an outlier because it's showing some sub 980s up in here. Jeez, just imagine a 975 right there would be devastating. But it still shows the average being around 983 by the time it moves up into this area. So nothing huge on the short range ensemble forecast. Could very well be errors in the models. Yeah, that's totally a possibility. We don't really know until it happens. But we're trying to prepare everyone for the worst, but hope for the best. Anything can happen. Way for a bit, still bad, or are models backing off? Well, a couple of them are going up, but a couple of them are going down. It's an even split at this point. It's like some people say, it's a coin flip on whether it's going to happen as it shows or not. It's just, it's still a toss up. It shouldn't be a toss up at this point in time. It's just diabolical how we still have this much disagreement and we're less than 18 hours out from a big wind event. Gotta love it, I swear. You gotta love it. Let's do some comparisons here. Yeah, has it a little weaker then too. The last run at 7 p.m. to this run at 7 p.m. it has it weakening. Just a millibar, but still a weakening trend. Will it follow it? What time does the breeze start? Gonna start out of the east later tonight. Gonna feel the wind pick up out of the east if you're along the foothills, especially the closer you are to the mountains. Then the foothill wind gusts are likely going to pick up somewhere around 30 to 35 right before the system comes through, and then it's immediately going to shift to southerly in probably an hour or less. So, starting out of the east, finishing out of the south. The strongest winds are going to be out of the south. Yeah. Hey there, Keith, by the way. Sorry I didn't see you earlier. Yeah, might be a bust or it might hit. It's going to come down to real-time observations. How would this compare to last year's bomb cyclone? Two completely different setups. The same question was asked on Mike's stream last night. And to be fair with you, the bomb cyclone was a very localized windstorm out of the east. Completely different setups again. This is an area of low pressure coming out of the south and bringing strong winds from the south. The wind direction is different. The overall synoptic setup is completely different. It just depends on the trend, because it could be worse than the bomb cyclone for a lot of areas if it keeps the upward trend on some of the models. It's going to be probably going to be for 3 to 4 hours throughout that 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. time frame. It's a safety net right now. We don't know exactly when the big winds are going to happen. That's just, I have to set it straight for you guys right there. We don't know. We're not going to know until the moment it happens. You know, that's the reality of the situation. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, man. Yes, it's not that dangerous, I know. But if you bring the pressure gradient into the right area, it will be dangerous for some. Just depends on the overall terrain in the upper air synoptics that you're dealing with. The reason they're making this a big deal, this would normally be no sweat. They're making it a big deal because it's paralleling the terrain coming into the area. So it could bring the big, strong southerly winds in through the Willamette Valley and then up through the Puget Sound if it keeps consistent track and strength, as the models are, or at least were showing. It's just because the winds in the upper levels are going to be the same as the winds in the lower levels. So you won't have much wind shear to impede or destroy, basically cancel out several areas of winds in different layers of the atmosphere. Because you're going to get more consistent wind if your, for example, your surface winds and your winds at 18,000, or say, let's just say 5,000 feet. The winds at the surface and 5,000 feet are going to be parallel to each other. You know, as a lot of you guys know in physics, trying to figure out how to say this, but pretty much if you curve a stream of air, it's going to lose velocity. If you keep a stream of air straight, it's going to maintain velocity much easier than if you were to, say, for example, bend a tube with air going through it. You know, some of that air is going to have back pressure and impede the air coming in. You don't have that as much if you have just a straight tube of air with no impedances in between. Basically, just to sum it up. But basically, the wind is going to be coming out of the same direction through all of the lower levels of the atmosphere. You won't have much shear as in direction. So it just makes winds more efficient to mix them down towards the surface. You know, Michael talked a lot about this in his live stream, and if you want to learn more, go back through his recent videos the last couple of days, and he talks about it in much better detail. What are we looking at? We're watching the new 2Z her come off the press right now. We're comparing it run to run to see what the trends are on this system. See if it's trending stronger or trending weaker. Again, here's what it looks like right now. It looks like a monster off the coast of California. Huge bent back occlusion. A very broad area of low pressure here. A pretty broad area of low pressure. So we're just watching the run-to-run consistency. So like, for example, from the 1Z to the 2Z, it's a millibar weaker. Yeah, we covered it. Whitney Davis, we covered how the NAM took a nosedive all of a sudden within less than 18 hours of the event and decided to go off into La La Land. So I would, we hit 2,100 subscribers here on YouTube. Thank you guys for that. Yeah, like I said, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I'm going to stick with that message throughout the entire duration of this event. Because small changes, when this thing is a couple hours out, small changes are going to be huge. Like, that's how detrimental this forecast is when it comes to these small changes. Small change is going to lead to huge changes further up the stream. About to drop a lot. Let's see about that. Gonna get up and stretch real quick. I've been sitting for a while. When are we expecting the peak? Imagine if it comes in at 900 millibars. Yeah, let's not imagine that. It gets below 990 at 11 p.m. That's the prediction right now. But still has it a millibar weaker the entire time. Which is good. If you want less winds, you want to see this number higher. The red L with the number there, you want that to be a higher number for less winds. We'll be writing a paper about wind. Sounds good, Keith. When are we expecting the peak? Really, right now, I'm going to say anytime between noon and 4. The models can't agree on timing whatsoever. Let alone they can't agree on the track or the strength. They also can't agree on the timing. Okay, see. Then it brings it, weakens it by 2 millibars. Now we're a millibar deeper, not weaker. Interesting. This is going to be interesting to watch the next few frames that come out. By the time the 3Z comes in, I think we'll be just on the range of hourly updates from the HER 3KM model. Yeah, like I said earlier when I started, the tricky forecast keeps getting trickier with time. And for any of you guys who are in here last time I streamed and talked about the plumbing issues, a little bit off topic here, but I finally had the plumber come in at 6 p.m. last night. Only after my sink overflowed the night before and flooded my kitchen under what looked like rotten grinded up carrot soup water. Thanks, neighbors, for dumping that down your sink. I had to end up dealing with that. Enough already. Yeah, like like I see on basically every one of my win posts, enough already. Yeah, so 1Z, 2Z, 3Z, that's the time of the model initiation in Zulu time, which is the equivalent to Greenwich Mean Time or Universal Coordinated Time. So you just subtract 8 hours off of that number, and that's Pacific Standard Time. So the 2Z, for example, it initiates at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 3Z is going to be 7 p.m. But it doesn't initiate at that exact time. It usually takes an hour or a few hours, depending on which model you go with. The high resolutions usually start coming out within the first hour or so. So even though the 3Z should be rendering by now, it won't start rendering until after 8 o'clock. Ever look at the icon? Yeah, Michael was showing the icon yesterday. It's just, I don't know about the icon. See, it's lower resolution than the rest. Let's see what the icon shows for up here, just out of curiosity. What does it show for wind? See, this is where the resolution hurts you. You know, you've got these low resolution polygons over the mountains and areas. It's a very low resolution model from Germany. But yeah, again, this is where the resolution kills you, is with these weird shaped polygons. There's no terrain exaggeration compared to other models here. Nope, that wasn't the right one. Okay, holds the same in that frame. 987. We're maintaining some consistency from run to run. A little bit weaker than the 0Z. And a little bit farther southwest, too. Just a tad bit. It's these small changes in the track and strength that can mean everything. So that's why I'm paying extra close attention to these run-to-run changes. How hard will Enumclaw get hit with wind? Well, you're in the high wind watch, so 50 to 60 is possible, but it's looking more like we're back into the 45 to 55 probably. That's just being generous. Some models show less, some show more. But we have absolutely zero consistent model agreement, which makes this forecast one of the most difficult I've ever tracked for as long as I've been doing this. Okay, stays about the same 1Z to 2Z there too. Oh man. All right, 47 of us here on Facebook, 144 of us here on YouTube. Awesome sauce. Forecast difficult because this low behavior is not normal. This forecast is mainly difficult because of the darn models not lining up with each other. This track has happened previously in history. The most recent, I think, was December 11th, 2014. We had a south to north track windstorm, and that hit us pretty good. I remember spending most of the night without power that night. Not going to have to mow the lawn thanks to all this weather. That is true. A lot of forecasters having difficulty tracking this wind event, including me. Yeah, you're not alone in that one, Keith. So far, we're pretty consistent between the 1Z and the 2Z run of the HER. The 2Z sets the low back a few miles to the southwest, which could have very slight implications on timing, but slight. Yeah, guys, anyone just tuning in, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. We're watching the high-resolution rapid refresh model render right now. We're just tracking run-to-run changes, basically. It has the low-pressure center a little less elongated, which could help tighten this gradient a bit more as it moves up north. Potentially. Yeah, so it looks like we will have some rain tomorrow morning. It's not going to be super heavy. But even a little rain on top of what we have now could be detrimental to trees around the area. So just do me a favor, don't let your guard down one bit. Don't have to worry about water shortages in summertime. Probably not. You'll never believe this, but parts of the Puget Sound are still technically in a moderate drought. I think there's even like one spot that's in severe drought still. But they update the monitor once a week, I think. But yeah, drastic drought improvement, especially along the Olympic Peninsula, where some areas look like they were removed altogether, which is great news. What does it mean if they are tighter? That means the pressure gradient is the pressure gradient increases, which means over a smaller area there will be stronger winds. Because winds usually are associated with the pressure rise, not the pressure drop. So your barometers are going down right now, but you notice the wind's not kicking up. It's once the barometer starts to rise is when the winds really start to pick up. We saw this last Wednesday too. If you guys tuned into that live stream overnight, we were watching that pressure rise in real time on charts around the area. And so the tighter the pressure gradient, then the greater the pressure rise is going to be over a given time period. In this case, we usually track it based on hourly. How much snow are the Sierras supposed to get? Great question. I guess we can see what this model wants to show. We're talking about snow. It's just one model though. So just a heads up. We're going to go Kuchera ratio. So it goes out to 11 hours right now, but we can go back to the last 48-hour run and take a guesstimation. Quite a bit. And I mean quite a bit for the Sierra Nevadas. Like this is showing some areas over 13 feet. 14 feet even on the HER over the next 48 hours. Just because, remember, this atmospheric river down here is still just demolishing California, especially SoCal. I mean, geez. It's a monstrosity of an atmospheric river, especially over LA, Ventura County, Kern County, Orange County even. They posted the highest risk of flash flooding that they can possible for the mountains over LA, which is level 4, I think. Level 4 high risk. Let's see, where are we at in run to run? A little bit of a westward push. This one. This might help bring stronger winds into the Puget Sound area. We're gonna be like right on the outskirts. We have 6 more frames. It's gonna be very close. But the the hourly run to runs on the HER 3KM model are being surprisingly consistent right now. Where are winds most likely to be strongest? Yeah, without a doubt, over the mountains. They're always strongest in the mountains because you have these 90 to 100 mile per hour winds at 5,000 feet ramming into the mountains. You know, but it's what matters the most is how these mix down towards the surface. And since this favors the south to north track, it's working with the terrain, not against it. And that's one reason why forecasters have been kind of worried about this setup. You know, it's similar in ways to 1962, just nowhere near as strong of a system. The track is a bit closer to the coast too. But then again, the pressure gradient was so intense on that Columbus Day storm, it really didn't matter if the storm was 100 miles off the coast or 10 miles off the coast. It was a different animal, truthfully. Yeah, 2Z her slows it down just a tad bit. He moves it a little bit to the southwest, so it has it moving a little bit slower in this new run than the last one. And we're really just checking for these very small changes in the track and the speed of the system, because again, that could be detrimental to the wind forecast. Hey there, Adam Ferris, watching the barometer drop. Yep, barometers are dropping. For sure. What was 1962 like? Probably a good thing you weren't alive back then to experience the wind. Yeah, I see a lot of people still asking about the general specific areas. I can't make any guarantees for you. It's a toss-up still. You could see wind gusts of 40 miles per hour in Enumclaw. You could see them up to 60. Just know, it seems like the spread is closing a little bit, though, which is good. We're not seeing like a spread of 12 to 67 miles per hour like they were saying for Bellingham, which was just ridiculous. The spreads in the area forecast discussions overnight were profound. Like 50 plus mile per hour spreads between the 10th and 90th percentiles of models. Yeah, if you have grandparents, this is gonna sound horrible, but were old enough to live during that time, ask them about it. They most likely remember. Her is not showing 70. Her is showing widespread 60 to 65, but not 70. You know, the NAM just completely tanked its last run. It went from 70 down to like 40 in one run. Like the drop off of the century. It's a little stronger, but just a tad bit further west. Let's go see wind gusts. What does it want to bring? Yeah, still strong wind gusts for the Oregon coast. Oregon coast should honestly have a high wind warning right now, but I don't think... Let's go check to see if Portland's put out a product yet for the coast. No, they have not. Interesting choice from NWS Portland. Still, not even a wind advisory for the immediate coast. Disappointing. Still hoping for the Euro. Yeah, the NAM decided to cave last minute for the Euro. But the HER and the experimental RRFS run are trending up. Those just as a heads up. It's going to be these small little changes in the track that matter so much. That's why there's a lot on the line with this. And you see how much that pressure gradient tightens up as it deepens. You start to get more lines and they start to get closer together. This is what brings the wind here. Once the pressure bottoms out and begins rising, that's when you get the big wind. We saw it last Wednesday in real time. Yeah, when the barometer rises tomorrow, depending on how fast it rises, that's going to determine the wind speed around the area. Can't see Nevada. Yeah, I think Nevada, if you're talking about wind, they're not going to have to worry about this. This is an immediate West Coast kind of threat. Last Wednesday was super scary. It's the first time I ever lost power here in my apartment while I've lived here. Yeah. RCI 136, if Portland said that, then that is awfully, awfully arrogant. If they said something along the lines of it's windy all the time. Oh boy. Let's see, will it bring it closer to the east just a tad bit? Of course, when you need it the most, the HER stops sending frames to you. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, it appears to be moving a little bit to the east. Track's almost the same. A little bit deeper in that run, too. So we have 2 more frames and then this model's done. I think we're going to fall just shy out of range on this one. We'll probably have to wait another hour, maybe 2, but I don't think I'm going to be streaming that long tonight. I know a forecaster named Kevin Martin. Doesn't sound familiar. Did he cover timing? I'm covering the bouncing around of the timing. Timing's still fluctuating. But just follow what the watch says, and that is 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's a safety net. Just in case the winds happen earlier or later than the initial model forecasts are showing. See, it's gonna be literally right outside of the time frame for the Puget Sound by the time this model's done. So we will have to wait another hour. What about Pierce County? Yeah, Pierce County would probably have widespread impacts if this model were to keep up. See, it trended up for the Oregon coast too. See, if I go to 2Z, watch how much yellow pops up for the Oregon coast. Quite a bit. For Portland, maintain 64 for Portland. But bumps up quite a few of these areas again. Okay. One more frame and this model run's done. And it's going to be just outside of the Puget Sound area. It's literally a tease at this point. California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado areas. Okay, I will look into Kevin Martin, for sure. I'll look into. All right, Corey Hoffman, take it easy. Yeah, take it easy. Merry Christmas to you. Well, yeah, what did they say on Twitter? I'm gonna go see what they said here. In the replies. I see what you mean now. Currently don't have at least 50% confidence in sustained winds of 40 miles per hour or frequent gusts greater than 58. We don't issue wind advisories for the coast that they routinely meet those thresholds. Interesting choice. I agree. Very interesting choice of words there from NWS Portland. Fascinating. Yeah, the NAM got whooped. It got beat like the redheaded stepchild. See, this is as far as we can go on this model run. Now we have to wait another hour for the next one. TikTok people. TikTok's a different world. Just fired up my Puget Sound Stormwatch TikTok account literally yesterday, a little over 24 hours ago, and I'm still, the follower count just keeps going up. We're pretty close to like 550 right now, I think. And yeah, I didn't get the notification about the live, so I think I have to wait till I get to 1,000 to enable TikTok Live. Yeah, so we're at 528 right now. 528. My first TikTok's at around 7,400 views already. That's insane. That's the same as the NAM track. We can check that out real quick, I suppose. The 2Z and 0Z don't change much. It brings stronger winds to the Willapa Hills, though, which is interesting. It doesn't change much between that, which means we'll probably see something similar to this in the next run once we get the frame 18 on that. But that's still about an hour away before we're able to see that. Yeah, so 2Z model's done. Now we wait for the 3Z. It's going to take some time, so. What's your name on TikTok? At Puget Sound Stormwatch, like the Facebook page or YouTube. Same name, just Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you, Jesse Smith. Gonna go follow me. Sounds good. Which model is this? This is the HRRR, HER3KM, aka the High Resolution Rapid Refresh model. The HRRR right up here in the corner. I call it the HER, though. A lot of people call it the HER. Some call it HRRR. Some call it the full name, High Resolution Rapid Refresh. This is the 2Z, which is the 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time run. But it usually takes about an hour afterwards for it to begin initializing. So you would think that since it's 7:30, we should have the 3Z by now, right? Not exactly how it works. Just like the European, for example, the what was it? the 0Z European, which should render at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, actually doesn't render till about 9:15. So right before where you would think the 06Z begins to render. All of the models have different times of initiation. It just depends on the kind of model. Oh, hey, awesome. Skater Free Bird, welcome in. That you were on my For You page. That's how I found you here. Awesome. Welcome to the club. Glad to have you in. Let's get more area look for tomorrow. Still kind of a toss-up at the moment. But if you follow what the HER and the Rapid Refresh Forecast System, or RRFS, experimental model are showing, definitely be big problems for Kenmore and the surrounding area. You notice how the Rapid Refresh Forecast System accommodates to specific terrain features a bit better than the other models. That so far is one thing I like about this experimental model, is it has better terrain exaggeration. It really stands out among these striations, like the Hood Canal area, for example. You can see the Hood Canal area better on here than you can on the HER and the NAM. Yeah, this is an experimental model, but it still shows 60 plus miles per hour for Tacoma by 1 p.m. But it brings it out pretty quick. It has it being about a 2 to 3 hour windstorm for most of the area, and then moves from south to north. Oh, what did I do? I just fat fingered a key on my keyboard for a second. Didn't see it in the corner there. Yeah, HER is showing higher winds than the NAM now. Yeah, the NAM decided to betray us and go with the Euro. You know, the Euro, that cave, the Euro started going up a little bit, but not much. The Euro has around 45 to 50 for us now, which is about average for a wind event during this time of the year. This is what the Euro's showing. This is between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So these are just 6 hour max gusts. Can't go in range shorter than this. At least not on pivotal weather, I can't. Any agreement in the models yet? Hello, welcome in. And hey, TJ as well, welcome in. Didn't know the models had different times. Yeah, they do. And subbed to Michael here on YouTube a couple years now. Why this was recommended. Yeah, I was moderating Michael's chat last night also. So I was on that stream pretty much the entire time. I was on the entire time. Yeah, we haven't had a storm worthy of a name since 2006. But originally, if we were going to follow what the NAM was showing before, and let me show you guys this again one more time. We were going to follow what the NAM was showing in the 18Z. This easily would have been the Christmas Eve windstorm of 2025. Easily. Like hands down. But then one model run rate later, guess what? Alakazam, you're gone. Goodbye. 3 strikes, you're out. Zilch, zip, nada. Dunzo. One run, folks. One run. It shaves 20 plus miles per hour off of it. How strong for Pierce County? Right now, going to be really anywhere between 40 to 60. That's the best spread I can give you at the moment, is 40 to 60. Yeah, Keith, you're right. The RRFS, the experimental model, which is set to replace the NAM and the HER, I believe, tomorrow. Yeah, it has you right around 70 miles per hour up there. Let's see if this actually happens. That would be nuts. This is probably going to be in the wake of, again, you guys are going to listen to this name, a leeward low. And the RRFS has a crazy 979 millibar leeward low forming on the backside of the Olympics over this general area. This would bring a monstrous windstorm to the Hood Canal area. Just hope something like this doesn't happen last minute. Between the NWS should really be putting out an updated product by now. Wonder if they're just waiting for a little more consistency or what. Before, because at the very least, the Puget Sound's going to be under a wind advisory. That's a given. But will they see enough info to put out the warning for the Puget Sound? Too soon to tell. I'm no meteorologist up there. I'm no meteorologist in general. I'm just a hobbyist doing this. I love the weather, and I want to share my love of the weather with all of you guys. That's why I'm here. Yeah, again, this is the RRFS experimental, the 0Z run. We go back to the 18Z, wasn't even close. Big uptick since that. Look at that big uptick. It adds on 15 to 20 miles per hour since the last 18Z run. Hey there, Anya, good evening. And it says 72 over Seattle. Is that downtown, near the water, or just anywhere in city limits? That's a great question. I wish I knew the exact answer. I believe that's just pinpointing the like where it would show Seattle in text on a traditional map. So probably downtown. Is it still live? Yes, we are still live. We are very much still live. No, I would mean like the Hood Canal up at the mouth, like where it meets North Kitsap and the Admiralty Inlet. So I'm talking about right in this general area here. Right at the Admiralty Inlet. This general little body of water here. That's where we got some big wind. Last Monday, I believe, we got some big wind up here. Hurricane force. But now I'm questioning the validity of those stations up there. Because these stations recently were reading like close to 70 miles per hour while the area was getting like 40. You know, so I don't know whether to believe if we had hurricane force winds up there on Monday. But they were talking about that leeward low too. You guys heard it in the forecast discussions. If you guys listened to either Michael, Benjamin, or Jonathan's forecast discussions, then you would hear the word leeward low. Same with Matthew too. Matthew's discussions. You get a book called Meteorology Today. We'll look into it. Yeah, permanent spring, like you said, still unbelievable. We still don't know what's going to happen, and we're getting pretty close to about 15 hours out from the actual event. The high wind watch goes into effect in a little under 15 hours now. Yeah, don't worry, it's all good. Ask away. No guarantee I can get to all the questions, but feel free to ask. Last wind advisory for Olympia was a bust. Yeah, I agree. They also, I think sometime last week they had a high wind warning. It was either last week or the week before that. There was a high wind warning that was expanded for Olympia area, and it ended up being a complete bust. As soon as I saw that, I immediately questioned the National Weather Service. I was like, okay, that was because I don't remember if it was a wind advisory or a high wind warning, but the Shelton Airport had a 56 mile per hour gust right behind that, and they immediately pulled the trigger and put out, I think it was a wind advisory, now that I think about it. There was a wind advisory that was issued for the Olympia, Lacey, Nisqually, Yelm area, and it never worked out. That for sure was a bust. It's overnight going to be good. Yeah, you should be okay. You may feel some wind out of the east, but we're not expecting anything impactful out of the east. We're expecting the east winds to pick up sometime in the next couple of hours. You may feel a breeze, but there shouldn't be anything huge out there. Let's check observations as well to see if we have anything that we're picking up on over the area. Nope, see, nothing happening right now. A bit breezy over the mountains, as again, the higher elevations are going to get the biggest wind, always. So yeah, current observations, basically no wind. Not even through the gaps yet, which is good. You just don't want to see that at all. That for tonight. No, this is for tomorrow afternoon. If you're talking about this wind, if you're talking about the easterly gusts, It's not going to be too much, but that's going to be for late tonight through tomorrow morning. These are for the winds out of the south with that system. This is going to be tomorrow afternoon. This is not for tonight. For Pierce County, again, not for tonight, but Pierce County, this specific model is showing big wind gusts for Pierce County. 60 miles per hour or greater in some spots. Just a heads up. This probably won't happen, but there's a couple different model runs showing this happening. The HER and the RRFS, for example. If you really want to go extreme, you can show the RAP as well, but no one uses the RAP. Southerly winds, yes, correct. Southerly. Temp gonna jump dramatically. That's a good question. We haven't looked at temperature. Want to see, is this gonna be... Yeah, possibly. See that orange move up? I'm wondering if this is the warm front portion of it moving through. This may be the warm front and then followed by that cold front potentially, because you notice how right after that temperature rise goes through the Puget Sound, the temperature crashes for the mountains. It's probably going to be the warm front followed by the cold front immediately after. Most likely. Yeah, you see that orange working its way up. So you could feel the temperature go up to like the mid 50s possibly. The timing for SeaTac Airport Painfield, likely going to be sometime between noon and 3, I'm going to say. Noon and 3. Plus or minus 2 hours on each side. Because the models almost never get the timing correct. Confused a bit. How about Thurston County, Rainier, Tenino area? You would be included in that too. See, this shows you completely under the gun. Look, it even goes as crazy as 70 for your general area. Again, this is on the high side of things. All right, there's only 2 models now showing this solution. One model decided to jump ship like a little coward. Let's go, Nam. How bad will winds be in Maple Valley tomorrow? Probably around the same as the rest of the area. Again, your winds are going to pick up from the east later tonight, early in the morning tomorrow, and then they're going to switch to out of the south. But I'm not worried about the east winds. They're not looking super impactful. It's the south winds that I'm worried about. Yeah, Bellingham and BC will get hit last. And by that time, the system will really start to fizzle quickly. Once it hits the mountains of British Columbia, it's going to shred that system up real quick. Again, due to the south to north movement of this low pressure system, the terrain is actually going to help enhance the winds. Because it's running parallel to the mountain ranges. Basically parallel. So there's going to be very little impedance on the wind profile from the top of the mid levels all the way down to the low levels. Also between noon and 3. You're probably going to be a little bit earlier. You may start feeling the winds as soon as 10 a.m. The farther south you are, the quicker you're going to feel the winds. Farther north you are, the later. So Bellingham area may not get hit until 3 or 4 p.m. It's going to work its way from south to north. It's not the traditional track that usually gives us all wind at around the same time. It's what they call a classic track. Yeah, you really gotta have some humor during the downtime. For sure. Hey there, Adrian. Welcome in. The stream's gone good so far. Yes, trying to answer a lot of questions. There's still model discrepancy. So, anyways, we're at the end of the 2Z run. And here, hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll get the 3Z run starting to render. And then by the 18th hour on this one, we'll have an idea of the central Puget Sound region. Because this is the end of this model run. And you see it cuts off right around Thurston, southern Pierce counties. We don't see any more up here. We go back to the 0Z run and compare. Then we can see in the future here. And this brings the strong winds into the Puget Sound area. And yeah, Bellingham would be hit last here in Washington. And this would likely be done with the strongest winds in 2 to 3 hours minimum. Maybe 3 hours maximum. 2 hours minimum, 3 hours maximum. It's still going to be quite gusty though. So we won't be completely out of the woods yet. But we should be behind this thing entirely by about 9 or 10 p.m. tomorrow. And then hopefully, it's going to be a bit breezy too. And now I'm actually seeing some east winds here on Christmas too. Ooh. Hopefully it doesn't cause too much havoc around the foothills. Not looking strong either way. It's not looking like a big east wind event. More worried about the south winds than I am the east winds. Yeah, timing is confusing. 100%. It is confusing. Any idea the length of time the system could last? Well, I hope I just answered your question right there. How it should be maybe 2 to 3 hours for peak wind gusts. Sounds good, Keith. Downplaying the storm in Portland. Well, let's see if they have the right idea or not. But the amount of downplaying I'm seeing is awfully ignorant, in my honest opinion. And a lot of us weather guys here in the Pacific Northwest are kind of teaming up together to call out these people for downplaying what could be a big-time windstorm still. If you follow the HRR and the RRFS models, it's still a big-time windstorm. We're still game on. Even the ensembles of the European and the European AI are showing the big wind, but the deterministics of the European and its AI counterpart are not. That's why we're looking at ensemble forecasts as well. I don't see a lot of people talking about the ensembles like I think they should. People are not giving credit to the ensemble mean forecasts, which is just averages. Saying those future models you just showed are from the last model run. Yeah, so from two model runs ago. So the HRR is a little confusing. I understand that. The HRR, every 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z. I've seen, okay, you guys can't see the drop down. But anyways, anytime we have a 0Z, for example, 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z, those are the quarterly runs. They go out to 48 hours. But every other run in between, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Everything in between those multiples of 6 only go out to 18 hours. So we have to wait for the next 18-hour run, the 3Z, to see on an hourly basis after that. This be an issue for Wahkiakum County. Entirely possible. Definitely in the danger zone, for sure. Showing big win for the Willapa Hills now in the most recent run. If we go back to the 1Z here. Okay, never mind that. We're not in close range of that quite yet. We're not far enough in range to see into the future here. I guess if you go to the 0Z, it wasn't showing as much for down here. But the uptrends, see that uptrend in the 2Z. Go from 0Z to 2Z here. Big uptrend for the Willapa Hills, specifically Pacific County. Maybe Wahkiakum County too. What about the strange warning coming from California upper coast? What do you mean by that? 983 millibars. Yeah, that's what most of the models are showing it being at. But the ensemble members, some of the ensemble members are deeper. Down towards around 980, some even below 980, which would be devastating. But that likely will not happen. The low moves further offshore, the winds will likely decrease inland. They will increase along the coast, but they will decrease inland. There's an overall window you want the low to move in for big wind. Really between the immediate coastline and the eastern slopes of the Olympics. This is probably your Goldilocks zone, right in here. Anywhere around that area, and it's definitely going to be game on. Anywhere to the east or west of that, and your chances diminish for a big win. How bad are we assuming it's going to be for South Hill Graham? I think we can narrow it down. At least it's not going to be like 10 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour. Probably going to be more like 40 to 60. 40 to 60. What's the next model to come out? 3Z Her is the next model to come out. The 7 p.m. initiation, which should be starting here momentarily, I would hope. 2Z's done. That's the 6 p.m. one. But you notice it doesn't always render on the hour. It usually takes an hour for the short range models to begin rendering. Sometimes an hour to an hour and a half. They all have different times that they begin initiating. So 3Z Her is going to be next. And then after that, 4Z Her and 18Z European. The 18Z GFS should start rendering here very soon. Yeah, it's already rendering. Let's see, what does the GFS say? Does the GFS give up? Yeah, GFS gives up. But this is not a good model for wind. I don't trust it. Yeah, the GFS just loses hope. It just says, nah, screw you, windstorm. You're not happening. So, GFS caved. Starting to see these models cave at the very last minute. Again, extremely frustrating. So anytime now. Okay, there we go. 3Z's rendering now. 3Z's just starting. So now we wait for the 3Z data to come out. And by the end of this run, frame 17 is going to show the southwest interior most likely, unless the timing changes. It's going to show the southwest interior by frame 17, and then it's going to show the Puget Sound by frame 18. Any idea what information the power utilities follow? Good question. I don't speak for any of them, so I don't know about that one. Hey, that's awesome, Will. Got you streaming on my TV in my shop while me and a friend are doing some woodworking. Good, yeah. A lot of people say they just have me on the background, just listen to me talk like for hours. I'm just like, wow, that's very attentive. Madeline Love, any new updates? Yeah, you might have missed about, let's see, how long was I streaming? Almost 3 hours worth of updates. The NAM model caved. The one that was showing the hurricane force wind gusts over the area, it caved. It's caving back into the European. European uptrended slightly. It added about 10 miles per hour onto max gusts. So European has about 40 to 50, realistically. Maybe 45 to 55 if you go a little higher. This is like my version of watching sports. Now I'm actually rooting for the NAM somehow. Yeah, I know. A lot of people were rooting against the NAM, and then the NAM nosedived, and everyone's on the NAM side. But the HRRR, the model I'm looking at now, the HER 3KM, and the RRFS experimental model have been trending up still. So it means we're not quite out of the woods yet of a big windstorm. Not yet. Yeah, glad this is hitting in the daylight for sure. But depending on if it slows down or not, it could move up into the Bellingham area by the time nightfall starts, which would be bad news for them. What do you mean models caving? As in they go up and up and up and up, and then they drop off all of a sudden. We call that caving. As in they increase their solution output and then they decrease all of a sudden in one go. That's what we call a cave. That's when we say models are caving in on themselves. Had a chance for a heavy wind event, now starting to show significantly less. Depending on your model of choice, yes. If you're going for the HRRR or the RRFS models, then it's still game on as of right now. Oh, that reminds me. We have to check to see if the new WRF GFS has ran. Okay, it has. What's it going to show? Okay, it's running right now. I want to see what the UW model shows. Because the UW model was going big on wind in its last run. This one runs twice a day. The forecast that by, hang on, trying to get this set up for you guys. So by 4 a.m. tomorrow, it has a 988 millibar low here in Oregon. So which direction is it going to trend? Actually has it moving a bit more east, which again would spare us from big winds if this were to happen. A little bit of an interesting trend from the UW WRF model. Ooh, boy. See, how many do we have in chat? Still have 45 of you guys here on Facebook, and looks like 142 of you guys here on YouTube. Welcome along, everyone. In case you don't know, my name is Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch here on Facebook, as well as YouTube and other sites around the web. And we focus on all things Puget Sound weather. Nothing more, nothing less. Unless you count Western Washington, then more. The version of this with knots, right? These are knots. These are showing knots. Yes. This is the 12 kilometer variety. So this is about as equivalent to the European. Basically, the same resolution as the European. So it's going to have a hard time with some of these terrain features. You know, we would have to go to the 4 km or the 1 1/3 km. Let me check to see if we're in range of the 4 km. Hang on tight just a moment. For navigating this site is a cancer. Okay, so here's the UW WRF GFS model. We're looking at the 12 km. Let's go, hang on. Let's go see what the 4 km shows. Let's go to wind gusts, Western Washington. This is an old model run, so the 0Z on this hasn't started yet, but this was an old model run from earlier, but you just see it just absolutely wrecks the Northwest Interior and the North Coast. Good golly, could you imagine being off at Nia Bay, Cape Flattery during that? So a little hard to tell at the moment. It switches from 0Z back to 12Z. I think we have current up until this point, and then it goes back to the previous forecast. That's a little confusing. We only have out the 15 hours so far on here. So what's it going to show on the WRF GFS? Maybe it was the 4, yeah. And I know we're not even close to range on the 4/3 kilometer, the 1.33 kilometer. It's great. Just add a little more spice to the equation, shall we? Just waiting. When will we get some more frames here? Now, I want to see what the 12 km shows for the position, but so far I noticed a bit of an eastward trend, which would definitely help spare us from stronger winds here in the Puget Sound. Where the heck is Michael Snyder? Well, he's busy. He's got a life too. Isn't there an average of all models? Yeah, the national blend of models, but it doesn't show anything. It doesn't even show gusts of 20 miles per hour. Literally dead as a doornail. I don't use that for wind. I don't think any of us really use it for wind except the NWS, which is interesting choice. Says we need Michael. Let's yeah, let's try our best not to spam in the comment section, please. Yeah, experimental AI models. Yeah, so the Euro AI has been commissioned for quite a while now. The European AI, the AIFS as they call it. This one right here. But they just recently commissioned the AIGFS, which uses Google's GraphCast AI model to forecast. So this is the AIGFS now. This one's newer. This one's still kind of in the testing phase. But the AIFS, as Michael says, is quickly becoming the superior deterministic model. Because it learns as it goes. And someone just said, we may have to refresh this to get more frames. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, it pretty much says nothing burger now on the UW. Since this uses infrastructure from the GFS, the American model, and the GFS just completely left the equation. Interesting. Very, very interesting developments here. I swear, by the hour, this forecast gets more difficult. I swear. Do we have more than 15 hours on the 4KM? No, so we're up to hour 18 now on the 4KM. Ah, boy. Yeah, Michael's trustworthy for sure. I wouldn't say more accurate than the NWS. It's really up to opinion. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mike Ledgerwood, for answering our question. They follow the NWS. Yeah, good call on that. Yeah, see, it skips from 18 to 33. So let's see, what's it going to show for the 4KM GFS-based model? If the GFS fell off, this model is also going to fall off hard, flat on its face. Because this brings a weakening 988 a little further inland, which keeps the pressure gradient out of the area, off to the east. And we're still not seeing those east gusts pick up, which is good. Let's see if we're seeing any coastal California spots really pick up sharply. A little bit, yeah. Not too much from Eureka to Crescent City, though. Not too many of those winds making it to the coast quite yet. Let's go check satellite. It's a really nice bent back occlusion. It's becoming what they call a closed off low, or closed low. Where it basically becomes detached from the low level flow and isolates itself. Yeah, pretty nice bent back occlusion in that, approaching the coast of California. So yeah, we're pretty much watching in real time now. Let's see, how far do we have on the 3Z? We're out to frame 5. Let's go compare hour to hour. Run to run here. 3Z is a little weaker than the 2Z, at least initially. Yeah, new NOAA forecast discussion is going to tell a lot. I'm waiting to see if they put out any products tonight on the wind. They do. At the very least, I know for sure they'll do a wind advisory for the Puget Sound. But do they have enough data to go with the high wind warning? That is the big question. Will they have enough short-term data to consider putting out the high wind warning upgrade for the Puget Sound area. I'm almost for sure they'll put out the high wind warning for the Northwest Interior, including Western Skagit, Western Whatcom, and Island and San Juan counties. Maybe even the Port Townsend area too. But elsewhere, it's going to be a toss-up. Without a doubt, it's going to be a toss-up. Okay, 3Z brings it a little closer to the coast. Interesting. What's that say for Belfair, Mason County area? Ooh, oh boy. It's showing the big blow early tomorrow afternoon. The HER and the RRFS short-range models are showing big blows to the Puget Sound. But, the NAM said bye-bye. It left. It left to go be with the Euro. It betrayed us all. Yeah, so we have to go out to frame 18, so we're going to be waiting a little bit for this. Once frame 18 hits, we'll have a good idea on an hourly basis from that point on what the Puget Sound is expecting. But we're going to have to be patient for a little bit. UW model weekend, yes, it's based off the American GFS model. That's why they call it the UW WRF GFS. Because it uses GFS imagery to determine its forecast, but at a much higher resolution. So, the UW just twists a few things here and there with the GFS, and it spits out its own solution. So because the GFS backed off, so did the UW model as a result. Hey there, Dan's Backcountry. Welcome back. Just joining in, but hi. Hello there, Ashley. Yeah, Ashley, did you see that the NAM model dipped? If you go to the 0Z NAM, the model completely dipped off the wayside. It says, nope. No more 70, no more 60, heck, no more 50. But the HER and the experimental RRFS rapid refresh forecasts are still showing a big wind event tomorrow. So will they cave? Will the other models come back? Or will we still have disagreement when this thing's on top of us? That's going to be the question to answer tomorrow. Yeah, I should be live streaming most of the day. I'll probably start live streaming maybe around 10 a.m. tomorrow. By that time, we'll have the storm likely up into Portland, and we'll see what's going on in real time there. Then we can start to see and forecast things in real time as it moves into the Puget Sound. Like if Portland performs as the model is showing, then the Puget Sound definitely needs to pay attention. If Portland's underdoing the forecast, then the Puget Sound should, in theory, be okay from a big windstorm. There will likely be a good chance of wind, but it likely won't do much. If the storm were to weaken substantially as it moves in, there will likely still be wind, just not anything that we're not used to this time of the year. Huh. 3Z has a really elongated area of low pressure. Interesting. Should be in the northwest sector by now. Yeah, just barely. Yeah, I'll be here, alarm set to join. Yeah, be sure you have those notifications turned on if you're on YouTube. Make sure to ring that bell, folks, for notifications on when I go live in the future. Still saying Portland's going to be hit. Yes. The NAM, not so much. But the HER and the RRFS are saying it's game on still. There's the ding. Did they just issue the upgrade? Yep. They did the high wind warning upgrade just now. So NWS has better confidence. Let's pull up the message here. High wind watch is canceled. Been replaced Okay, so for the foothills, it's an advisory. But for the immediate Puget Sound area, okay. Let's get these two data sets up here for you guys real quick. So foothills, including now the foothills of Snohomish County and Central King County, even the foothills of Skagit and Whatcom County, you are all in a wind advisory tomorrow. This includes all the way down to Lewis. So all foothill locations are in a wind advisory. But anywhere in this area here, you are now in a high wind warning. Yes, correct. High wind warning now in effect. Just issued. Better late than never, I suppose. Yep, so I called it. High wind warning for the northwest interior. That was pretty much a given. I think we all saw that one coming. So yeah, western Whatcom County. So Bellingham area, Mount Vernon, Burlington, San Juan Island, Whidbey Island, Camano Island, Everett area, east side including Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Sammamish, Issaquah, Seattle downtown area, West King County, West Pierce County, Thurston County, and Lewis County. So Chehalis, Centralia, Olympia, Tumwater, Lacey, Shelton, Port Townsend, Port Orchard, Bremerton, Paulsbo, Silverdale, Bainbridge Island, Vashon Island, etc. Anywhere in the black outline here, you are now in a high wind warning. This is in effect, I believe this has, is this the same time? It might be different times. So let's go over the times real quick. We'll calm down by Christmas, yes. Yep, there we go. There's... The NWS must have seen enough evidence to warrant the high wind warning. So it's the 1 to 7. Yeah, these are different times. It's going to be a little confusing, but these are different times. The wind advisory is also for the east winds now. They bumped up the east winds from 30 to 45 miles per hour. Yeah, they have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, what was that? 5 different zones. Let me count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 5 different zones. Jeez Louise, this is going to be confusing to portray. Enumclaw, not foothills. They consider it the foothills. It may not be the foothills to most people, but they consider Enumclaw the foothills. But Enumclaw is no longer in the high wind watch. They downgraded you. Technically, they upgraded you to an advisory, but they downgraded you on strength. So Enumclaw, you're in the wind advisory now. This is from 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. Ooh, they corrected the wind advisory. That's a little interesting. Let's see. What did they just do here? They sent out a correction already. Let's see. What did they just correct? Let's refresh this page. See, they just issued a correction here. What did they change? Let's see. They changed something just now. Also corrected the high wind warning for the Hood Canal also. Yeah, Bonnie Lake, you're just on the edge of that. So you're in the wind advisory. And remember, they just bumped up the east wind estimation from 30 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour too. That's for gusts. But let's see what did they correct on here. So again, they have five different zones with different times and effects going here. So it's going to be a little confusing. Yeah, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. for Snohomish. This is for San Juan County, Western Whatcom County, Western Skagit, Northwestern Snohomish, Everett, Marysville area, Port Townsend, Island County, So that's the northwest portion. So from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow, wind gusts, and they're calling for southeast winds this time around. Southeast winds 25 to 35, gusts 50 to 60. Again, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m., 50 to 60 for the northwest interior and the islands. Let's see here. South Everett area, east side, city of Seattle, West Pierce, West King, Olympia area, Willapa Hills, Black Hills, Kitsap County, and Hood Canal. So basically the Puget Sound area is in this one. This is from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So they pretty much kept it the same from the watch. Again, south winds 25 to 35, gusts 50 to 60, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. This again is for Kitsap County, Lewis County, Western King County, Western Pierce County, and Thurston County. And also Southern Mason as well. Southern Mason. And they just added this little tidbit here. They included Skokomish in its own little warning. Interesting choice. Let's see, does it vary at all from the last one? South winds 25 to 35, gusts 50 to 60, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. No, it's the same. They just added, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I must be missing something here. There's just they have so many zones. It's hard to focus on one zone. High wind warning for Kent, I do believe so. Yes, high wind warning for Coopville. Yeah, Auburn is in high wind warning, so that means Kent would be in the high wind warning. Yes. Thinking hike 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Snohomish. Ooh, that's going to be close. I think you may be very close. The 12 p.m. seems awfully close. You thinking this takes a bit further out to sea track with that southeast wind forecast? Yeah, and if it takes a little further out to sea, that does still bring the strongest gradient into the Puget Sound. What do they say about Skokomish? So Skokomish, the South Hood Canal area, is south winds 25 to 35, gusts 50 to 60. And that alert is between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. So that's just a little odd individual section here. I don't know why they just didn't merge this into the last one to avoid some confusion. And then the wind advisory split into two different areas. Surprisingly. Let's see here. So this one is for Leah Hill, Maple Valley, Granite Falls, Covington Sawyer, Elk Plain, Enumclaw, South Hill, Darrington, Sun Valley, Prairie Ridge. So this is for North Cascade foothills and Pierce and South King County foothills. East winds 15 to 25 with gusts to 45 miles per hour, shifting abruptly to south 20 to 30 with gusts to 50 expected. This is from 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. So your wind advisory goes into effect earlier than the high wind warning. So 4 a.m. it's go time for the foothills. How does Kitsap look? Kitsap, you're in the high wind warning. Just a heads up, you're in the high wind warning as well. So wind advisory in effect 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. Wednesday. Again, east winds, gusts to 45, shifting to south, 20 to 30, gusts to 50. This is for the rest of the areas. So Snohomish foothills, North King County foothills, Central King County foothills, and Thurston and Lewis County foothills. So oddly enough, they have these two wind advisories, but they're different areas. They're not next to each other. The high wind warnings pretty much grouped all together. I don't know why they just have the South Hood Canal separate. This little area here that includes the Tahoya Peninsula. That's in a separate text, which adds to the confusion. That correction makes things a lot more difficult to read. For sure. I don't even know what they corrected. Hope I'm seeing where their area is by then. Hope your monetization is good. You're doing such a good job, brother. YouTube monetization will help, but it's still not nearly enough for what I needed to do. The reality is I need like 3,000 people or so to subscribe for $1 a month, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything ever again. That's pretty much the reality. Let's see here. From nothing to 8 miles per hour. 2 models down, 1 model a little up, 1 model a little bit more up. Really a 50-50 tie. Yeah, that sounds about right. Looks like it's coming early. Well, again, the wind advisory starts at 4 a.m. because now they're expecting your east winds to pick up a bit more. So in the foothills, your winds out of the east ahead of the system will likely pick up, they're now saying up to 45 miles per hour, and then switch to southerly up to 50 miles per hour. So it bumps up the wind speed, but it really changes the direction. So some areas that are sheltered from the south winds may not get very much. That's what I have to say right now about it. Sounds good, Ryan Roberts. Also, thank you for being a subscriber here on Facebook. Really, really helps things out big time behind the scene. It's important enough to issue a correction. They should at least make the corrected statements in bold or caps. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Or if they showed the redactions on the text. Because I literally have to go line to line to see what they changed here. Yeah, what did they correct? Looking to see if they made any corrections to this one little area here. I don't see any obvious corrections here. They might have just had a little typo or something that they corrected. Yeah, it doesn't tell you what they correct. But one thing you do notice is they canceled the coast entirely. They took the entire coast out of the high wind watch. They didn't even put out an advisory for the coast. Yes, they have higher confidence that this thing's going to swing a little bit further inland, I suppose. That's probably what they're talking about. And I just realized we're close enough to see. We're almost close enough to see here. 3Z has the low a little bit weaker and a bit farther off the coast. The farther off the coast would definitely hurt us a little bit, but the weakness would help us. So we need 2 more frames. And let's see what's it going to say for the short term. We get wind tonight while sleeping. You'll get some wind out of the east. Not very much. It's going to be later on in the morning when you get the east wind. See, it weakened quite a bit down here. It really dropped off down there. I think, let's see if the herd decides to cave for the Puget Sound area. It's going to be close. Play a game. Will the herd cave? Yeah, this text for the warning and advisory is going to be really confusing to read on Facebook. So I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want to word it. It's gonna take some time, that's for sure. So if you're watching right now, you won't see me make a post on this probably till after the stream is done. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your notification. TJ Wilson, if you're still watching, thank you for your coffee donation, sir. Further off the coast is bad news, but coming in weaker helps us. Yeah, it would probably be down somewhere down towards 40 or 50 if it came in a little bit further east. Because the strongest pressure gradient's likely going to be on the east side of it or on the southeast side of it. Really, exact position is going to matter big time on this. It's confusing even to me, honestly, but I have a lot of trustworthy sources by me that are clarifying things as we go. Yeah, if the HRRR caves, then it's really looking like a bust. If the HRRR caves. Definitely, it still brings a damaging windstorm to Portland. Don't get me wrong. Still brings a damaging windstorm, but it's not showing the 64 like it was before. Down to 61, which may not seem like much, but still, those are big time winds. So either way, the HRRR is still showing a damaging windstorm for Portland. How is it going to translate to the sound? How is it going to translate to the sound? Still 3Z HRRR. Ooh, that's less. That's a lot less for out here. But see, still bringing those 60-mile-per-hour gusts to the I-5 corridor. Chehalis included. Chehalis, Grand Mound, Little Rock, Maytown even. It has a bit less for Olympia, though. It doesn't extend as far out to the west. Keeps it a little more consolidated to these areas, but this would put areas like Tenino and Bucota and Rainier under the gun, especially. But frame 18 is going to tell the big story, and we're just moments away from, there we go. What's it going to say? Boom, still a big windstorm. Maybe not as big as, oh, hang on. Oh yeah, that's right, because those models don't go out that far. Let's compare it to the 0Z. Shows a little bit stronger for Tacoma at that time, but it definitely nicks a lot of the area off to the north of it. See, it actually has Everett go from, okay, that's not as huge as I thought. It has Seattle go down a little bit. Everett's down 10 miles per hour. But this model's done. So now every other model from this point on for the HRRR 3KM, every single run is going to be within full range of the South and Central Puget Sound, which means now we can see hourly updates from this point on for that area. You still have to wait a couple more hours till it sees up in the areas like Bellingham, for example. Right now, they're saying 60 is the cap. Wind gust for Shelton. Let's see here. What does it say for Shelton approximately? On the new model, let's see. New model, it has around 53 at 1 p.m. 53 miles per hour. So it probably doesn't sound like much. Someone just pointed out the margin of error is extremely high. Yes. A slight deviation in the track last minute is going to completely change our forecast. That's how specific areas like our microclimates are. It's going to completely change the entire thing. It could be a bust in either direction, either an underdoing bust or an overdoing bust. And you do not want the overdoing bust, trust me. Well, there's our area forecast discussion. Whoever was talking about the AFD, your AFD was just posted. Look at how devious that thing looks at nighttime. That thing is a monster regardless. Huge, elongated, bent back occlusion within it. Maple Valley, you are in the wind advisory, but not the high wind warning. Yeah, Bonnie Lake got upgraded to a wind advisory from the wind watch. Yes, that is correct. The Bonnie Lake's just on the outskirts. This is based on NWS zones. So even if you're just outside this line, some of Bonnie Lake could get high wind warning criteria winds. The weather doesn't stop for any borders. I just have to make that clear. Even if you're 25 miles out from this, you could still feel damaging winds. The weather does not follow the lines. This is just an approximation based on the new zones that they reconstructed, I believe, this past year. They put out new forecast zones. In my opinion, they could split these up even more if they wanted to. They could easily split King and Pierce County right down the county line right there. Able to look at Seattle shoreline border. It's right on the outskirts. For hourly runs, hourly updates, we'll have to wait till the next hour. But if we go to the 0Z, see, the 0Z to 3Z difference is considerable for the North Sound. Not too much for the South Sound, but it's considerable for the North Sound. Still has this area up on the hill where I am getting around 60 miles per hour. As much of the narrow strait in the South Puget Sound here getting 60 to 65 even. Meant the new her run. No, the new her run we're on right now. We're on the last frame. Seattle shoreline area right now, it shows 43 miles per hour. This would be at 1 p.m. approximately. Approximately 1 p.m. Any updates on Mount Vernon? You're in a high wind warning now. High wind warning from, I believe up there, it's 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So wind gusts are calling for, I think up there was 50 to 60. Let's go double check. Yeah, Mount Vernon right here. 50 to 60. Okay, it's actually 1 p.m. to 7. Yeah. We have 3 different times, so be very careful which text you read here. 3 different times. We have a 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. high wind warning. We have a 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. high wind warning. We have a 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. wind advisory. Is that confusing or what? I agree. It's very confusing. They have it broken up into 5 different zones here. One of them isn't even necessary. They just have the Southern Hood Canal forecast zone chilling all by itself. It's not different from the rest of the area. I don't know why they did this. North Sound begins probably... North Sound's probably going to be around 3 or 4 p.m. If you're talking north of Everett. Otherwise, Everett area is probably going to be around 2 to 3. Underdoing bust for the wind. Yeah, if that verifies, we could get rocking winds here in Graham. Yeah, Graham got 59 mile per hour wind gusts last week. Don't quite understand. So, because the advisory takes into account the east winds also. They have higher confidence that there's going to be stronger east winds up to advisory criteria. Before, they thought the east winds would get up to 30 miles per hour. The gusts up to 30 miles per hour, but they upped it to 45. Again, I'll show you the text right down here for the foothills. 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. East winds. 15 to 25 with gusts to 45 now. 45 is wind advisory level criteria. That's why the wind advisory starts at 4 a.m. for you guys. Shifting abruptly. South 20 to 30, gusts to 50 expected. Again, wind advisory level criteria. They're no longer expecting high wind warning level criteria for the foothills of King County. So they were allowed to upgrade that to a wind advisory. It may sound like a downgrade, but by definition, it's an upgrade. It's the NWS's definition, not mine. Why are we just looking at the HER? Well, because right now, the NAM and the other models don't update until later on tonight. We still have about 3 hours for the NAM. You guys want to see what the NAM was showing? Feel free. I'll gladly show you guys the NAM again, and it's Betrayal. See, we went from this to this. Not necessarily other areas are getting the same east winds. No, it's limited to the foothills. The east winds, even though they may seem strong, are not likely to make it into the Puget Sound, which is why they did not expand that wind advisory. Or increase the duration of the high wind warning for the Puget Sound. East winds are likely going to stay exclusive to those foothill zones. Everett, high wind warning. You are in the high wind warning. Let me just double check the time because they have 3 different times again. Believe you're considered part of the Puget Sound warning. Let's double check on that. Oh, sorry. Mouse is glitching a bit. So including... Trying to see if Everett's in here. Nope, Everett's not in the top one. So Everett's in the Puget Sound area. I must have just missed it somewhere in here. Okay, there we go, Everett. So yeah, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for Everett. Fast moving event, yes. It's going to be in and out. Peak winds, probably 2 to 3 hours at most. Change for Enumclaw, yes. 4 a.m. for Enumclaw. So 4 a.m. for east winds, and then around 10 a.m. for south winds. I know it sounds very confusing, but this event is extremely fluid. There's a lot of variables. Like with the normal weather system, we usually don't have to worry about the east winds. Now they're a little more worrisome about the east winds ahead of this. I know it sounds extremely confusing again, and it's a first that I've seen since I've started doing forecasting like this. When's the next NAM and Euro? NAM is about 3 hours out. The Euro is going to be rendering here in the next 45 minutes. So the 18Z Euro renders by around 9:15. It starts rendering by around 9:15. And then the NAM is probably going to be sometime around... trying to think here. Because it's the 6Z, so... yeah, we have the 0Z rendered already. So 0Z rendered around the time I started the stream, which was about 5 p.m. So that means I'm trying to think here. Hang on with me, folks. Because it renders after the 6Z HER begins rendering. So we're at least 3 hours away from the NAM. But see, the GFS is almost done. So once the GFS gets to around hour 300, the European will start rendering. And it's the 0Z, excuse me, it's the 0Z, not the 18Z. So 0Z European, the 4 p.m. run starts rendering in about 45 minutes. Probably closer to a half hour though. T-Tac Yelm, 12 to 2, that's gonna be the corridor of big winds around here. And if you're driving from SeaTac to Yelm, you're going to be driving south into headwinds, most likely. Just a heads up. The entire time. How do you see the warning text and then load the previous one? What website? Yeah, sure. So I use a site called weather.im/IEM bot. I'll show you guys this real quick on my screen. The weather.im/IEM bot. It's going to take you likely to a blank site that looks like this. So you go to available rooms up here in the upper left corner, and then you type in SE. Nope, that was a T. Type in SE, and then you'll get SEW chat. Or just type in Seattle, make it easier. Type in Seattle, but don't get it confused with the ZSE, because that's Seattle airspace. You want SEW chat up here, and then you'll get all of this. See, it shows the upgrades, the issuance, cancellations, and the corrections. This is the IEM bot monitor. How about Snoqualmie Pass winds? You're higher in elevation, so it's probably going to be big winds for you too. Up at Alpental usually gets some big winds when we have these systems come through. If you've noticed, we get big winds usually over Mount Rainier, Chinook Pass, White Pass, and Snoqualmie Pass, usually. So probably expecting some pretty big wind as this comes through. Basically blows your weave off weather. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, so you can see anytime the NWS in Seattle issues any products in real time, you can see it on that site. Okay, where was I looking at here? So in the next half hour or so, the 0Z Euro will render, and that will basically tell us most of the story there. Windstorm's supposed to weaken SeaTac to drive to Yale. I'm sorry for the questions. That's okay. I'll try my best to answer them. I may not get to all of them, though. We'll see what comes to fruition here. Let's see here. So you'd likely want to leave before 12 or after 2. But that time frame, 12 to 2, is probably going to be prime time for SeaTac all the way down the Yelm. They're for sure cutoff time. No, not for sure. Only estimates. There's no for sure until it happens. Yeah, they usually go conservative to be on the safe side. Usually. The surface analysis is at 992. It currently has so as of around 7 p.m. or so, the center of low pressure here is around 992 millibars. Which is not too deep, honestly. Ooh, lightning strikes within it, though. Interesting. But yeah, this storm's coming closer to California. Judging on what I'm seeing, it may be moving just a tad bit slower than what models are showing, though. Maybe. Ooh, RRFS 3Z's rendering. Once the 3Z's done rendering, it may be just within range. 7 frames right now, so we'll probably, by the end of this, we should see the full event, at least up through the central Puget Sound. And this isn't an experimental model. Let me just make that clear. This is experimental. But it is set to replace either the NAM or her, or even both. I'm still unsure of exactly what it's going to replace, but it's going to replace something. At the very least, the NAM is being replaced by the RRFS experimental. So this should give us a pretty good idea of what's going to happen tomorrow if this is considered accurate information. What is Silverdale looking like? Well, you're in the high wind warning. I hate to tell you that, but you're in the high wind warning from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. So the RRFS, its rendering is a little more complicated. It's like right in the middle of the NAM and the HER. What I mean by that is it goes every 3 hours. So it's not an hourly model, and it doesn't go every 6 hours. But it does go out to 84 hours every 6 hours. So every 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z all goes out to 84 hours, which is longer than the NAM. That's great. But everyone in between that, the 3Z, 9Z, 15Z, and 21Z, go out to 18 hours like the HER. So it's a bit of a hybrid between the HER and the NAM. It doesn't render as frequently as the HER does, but it goes out longer than the NAM does. So it has its ups and its downs. You know, it's a good hybrid between the two. You see, the RRFS is picking up on some of these east winds too. Not quite making it to Enumclaw by 3 a.m., which is good news, but we still have 10 more frames to go on this. Yeah, when we were talking about models coming out next, I totally forgot about the RRFS. I don't know exactly when it started rendering, probably around 8:30 or so. The 3Z is, again, a 7 p.m. initialization. So it probably takes around an hour and a half for it to start initializing after the time of initialization. It's normal for these models to take a while. At least I don't have any trees to my east now, just all the south ones. Yeah, those east winds will not reach down to your area. Down in Yelman Roy, I highly doubt those east winds will reach that far. Got to put roof sheathing on tomorrow in Allen's Shelton. Whew. At first you may be okay, but after 10 a.m. it's going to be a little suspect. So, just a little heads up. Yeah, I think it's looking like maybe 10 or 11 onwards is going to be pretty suspect. Hump tulips, they actually canceled your watch out there. So the watch for the coast is canceled, and they did not, well, yes, it was canceled everywhere. The watch was canceled everywhere. But what I'm trying to say is they did not upgrade the product for the coast. They actually eliminated all advisories and warnings for the coast altogether. See? Nothing. Nada. Zilch. It's still nothing from NWS Portland. Disappointing. Yeah. This is the high wind warning here. This is the wind advisory. Notice nothing for the Strait of Juan de Fuca and nothing for the coast. So they have higher confidence that this is going to be more of an inland level threat. What are the wind gust speeds tomorrow? Sorry, Zach, too soon to tell you. But right now, the estimates are 50 to 60 for your area. 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. is your time. That's the best I can tell you right now. Sounds good, Keith. That's right. Randy's going to be streaming here soon on Whatcom County Weather. It seems like the solution for the biggest winds is shifting slightly east. Yes. All right, Olga, take it easy. Thank you for coming in. Have a great night. Merry Christmas if I don't see you again tomorrow. Liked and shared on Facebook. Liked here. Thank you for helping out the algorithm. All right, what's going on with this 3Z? Really wish I could zoom in farther than this, folks, but I'm limited by the sites. I'm limited by the user interface that they give me. So it shows some key cities, but it doesn't show Bellingham and Olympia, and I hear a lot of flack all the time about Olympia specifically. You know, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Apologies for that, but it's working with what I have here. All right, we have 159 of us currently on YouTube and 46 of us here on Facebook. So a bit over 200 total. Thank you, Ken Moffitt, for the additional Christmas present of 1,000 stars. Appreciate that, sir. Okay. See, it still shows Fraser River outflow up here, just not as strong as the other models were showing. All right, let's go through YouTube here. It says, ugh, our area will be under a wind warning. Rifter says, dropped a like on you. Thank you. Sammamish. Oh, you're like right on the teeter-totter, I think. Let's go check it out. Yeah, Sammamish is like right on the teeter-totter. I'm not sure about this border, if this was a wise choice by the NWS. The western portions of Sammamish, you are in the wind warning, but the eastern portions, you're in the wind advisory. So the general downtown area of Sammamish, like the town center, you're in the wind advisory. But the western suburbs here, like Inglewood, you're in the high wind warning. So you're probably close enough to feel some high wind warning level gusts. Just a heads up. Like I said, Mother Nature does not follow lines. Ooh, good news. The last flood warning was finally canceled. Skokomish River near Potlatch. So no more river flood warnings right now. That's a win all by itself. Last flood warning canceled. Yeah, see, it shows these wind gusts picking up in the Enumclaw area by 7 a.m. It has you around 30 to 35 already. But seems to be more oriented out of the east than the southeast. So this may spare areas like Snoqualmie and North Bend possibly. As that low pressure is riding up the coast, so the wind's always going to want to go towards the low pressure. It could be a little weird wind direction here. You could even, some areas could even feel northeasterly a little bit. This is a very, very unusual wind direction for these areas. It's right now, it's out of the east-northeast in these projections. It looks a little different here, but, you know, more so out of the east. Maybe not the east-northeast, but out of the east. That was probably a little bit of a reach. But still, out of the east. In general, it's just going to be out of the east to start things out. Kitsap County, you are in the high wind warning. So it's not considered safe until it's done. If you don't get any wind at all tomorrow, then you can say you're safe. All right, Keith. Keith is going over to Whatcom County Weather's live stream now, which starts up here in about 5 minutes. Sure. Morris Jackson, the Pyrotechnic. Have fun with that. About the coastal flood advisory. With the wind, we get worried in Birch Bay. We've been hammered before. Coastal flood advisory will expire by the time the wind gets up to your area. It's probably going to be close with the Puget Sound. I think the coastal flood advisory is in effect until noon, I'd like to say. Yes, noon. So for the South Puget Sound area here in Pierce County, maybe pretty close with some of the tidal overflow, but the wind's going to be blowing against the water, not with it. What I mean by that is if you're along the southern shore here, with the northern shore, it's likely going to blow the water into you. But along the southern shore here, the Puget Sound, the wind's going to be blowing against the tidal overflow. But it's not going to be significant either way. It's put in advisory for very minor, but not non-existent tidal overflow. Curious about Buckley. Buckley, you're in a wind advisory, but you're not in the high wind warning. I'm talking about east winds first. So east winds up to 45 mile per hour gusts beginning at 4 a.m. and then around 10 a.m. expecting to switch over to southerlies up to 50 miles per hour for your area. That is what the NWS says for Buckley. This includes Enumclaw as well. This is all of the foothills. From Lewis County all the way up to Whatcom County, all of the foothills are in this wind advisory from 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, second time I've seen this question already. How different is this from the bomb cyclone we had last year? Very different. Bomb cyclone was a different animal. This isn't going to be a 942 millibar system just chilling off the coast and hovering. Not even close. This is going to be a quick moving system. So we're not too worried about the east winds. East winds may be strong in some areas, but it's the south winds we're worried about. Completely different setup here. Nothing like the bomb cyclone. What's it showing for a run-to-run difference here? Yeah, good news. RRFS 3Z is much weaker on that storm as it moves up. From 980 to 984. Yeah, sure thing. If the big burst of wind is only supposed to last a couple hours, why is the warning so long? It's to accommodate for deviations in the forecast. The timing is all over the place on each of the models. The timing changes from run to run and from model to model, so they have to accommodate for the high and low end of the range. So if they see that the winds are done before the warning expires, they could cancel it early. That's entirely in the process too. So they have to accommodate for the deviations in timing. Basically, plus or minus 3 hours in this case, a little safety net. Can it deepen again? Absolutely. You know, it could pull a crazy move and not follow any of the models. That has happened in the past. It can happen again. Doesn't show it weakening as much there. So it's weaker there, but it doesn't weaken as fast in this run as it does the previous run. Or it doesn't strengthen, pardon me. It doesn't strengthen. Ooh, we're way out in the future here. Hang on, we need to go back. So it shows it going from 983 to 984, the back to 983. This run here shows it going all the way down into the 980, 981 range. So it's weaker than the last run, but it doesn't show it weakening as fast, is what I'm trying to say. So it holds its strength for longer, but it's lower in strength than the last model. Is pretty much what I'm trying to get across here. There's still a chance there won't be a windstorm. Oh, there's always a chance it won't be a windstorm. It would be one of the most notorious busts of all time if nothing happened at all. You know, this happened, something similar happened October of 2016 too, where we were supposed to get a monster windstorm, and we had this little northward bobble in the track last minute, and it sent it all the way up in the height of Hawaii. Missed us entirely. Yeah, Sure thing. Love anyway 247. Weaker is good. Yeah, weaker is going to be good for a lot of people. Those who don't like the wind and actually want to celebrate Christmas, weaker is great. Oh, it shows it around the same depth. There. All right, and the run is complete. What's it going to say? Drum roll, please. Yeah, right around the same as the her. Still. Still shows big wins for the Olympia area in specific. We're just on the outskirts. If I'm looking at this right, because this ends at the same time, I believe, as the her 3Z. And the her 4Z is running right now. Yeah, so this is the end of the 3Z her. And then this is the 3Z RRFS. Has it just a tad bit farther south than the her at the same time, 1 p.m. So see, these small changes in speed and track can do big things to the wind forecast at a certain time. Yeah, guys. 3Z her and RRFS are still game on for a windstorm around here tomorrow. Beginning early in the afternoon, most likely. Anytime now, in the next 10 minutes or so or less, the European should start rendering. Because see, the GFS is almost done. Once it hits around frame 348 probably, that GFS is, that ECMWF is going to begin to render. How about Olympia? Yeah, this model calls for big winds over Olympia. 58 to 60 miles per hour for Olympia city limits and points east. Yeah. 2016, October 2016 windstorm will forever go down probably as one of the biggest windstorm busts in recorded history around here. Without a doubt. Hey there, Olympia, Washington Life. Welcome in. South Hill is the cutoff for the high wind warning, and 5 minutes south of that. Yeah, it's just, again, it's based on the NWS forecast zones. And Mother Nature does not follow lines. So you're pretty much on the teeter-totter of either 50 mile per hour gusts or 60 mile per hour gusts. You're pretty much like right on the fence there. But we'll see what the 4Z her shows while we're waiting for the 0Z Euro to render. Start rendering, because should go any minute now that Euro is going to begin to start rendering. Let's go compare the let's go compare the 4Z to the 3Z on the her model, the her. See, 4Z to 3Z. A little weaker again initially. We're down 1 millibar yet again. We're actually up. We're up 1 millibar, which means weaker. So, storm pressure and strength, like pressure and winds, are inverses of each other. As pressure goes down, winds go up. Pressure goes up, winds go down. They're inverses. Just remember that. When should it hit us? Depending on your area down there, I'd say anytime between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. It's probably going to be prime time for you. The further south you are, the sooner it's going to happen. Probably clean up outside now while you have even a little bit of dry conditions outside. Wind gusts for Shelton. We have Shelton and for Buckley. Well, Shelton, you're in the high wind warning. You could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with this system, beginning as early as 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, maybe even earlier than that. The high wind warning goes into effect for your area and the rest of the general Puget Sound area, not counting Everett northward or the islands over the Salish Sea. Goes into effect at 10 a.m. and remains in effect until 7 p.m. Tonight? No, not tonight. Getting hot in her. Well, for Bellevue, also high wind warning. Same for Hood Canal, Hoodsport, high wind warning. Same ordeal. I'm gonna say it so many times for the general area. Just pay attention to the high wind warning text. If it says 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., that's gonna be the best range to pay attention to. So 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for much of the area, including the southwest interior, Hood Canal area, and the greater Puget Sound area. But Everett northward, including Port Townsend, Island County, San Juan County, Bellingham, Mount Vernon, and Arlington, it's in effect from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Oh, jeez. Yeah, clench your teeth. That's right. Just comparing run to run, the watch trends here. Yeah, the entire run of the 4Z her is 1 millibar weaker, the entire run so far, than the 3Z up to this point. Like, for example, at the beginning here, it went from 986 to 987, and then it goes from 984 to 985. Yeah, see? So it keeps it subtracts well, it adds. I got to make sure I'm using the right verbiage here. It adds 1 millibar of pressure, which decreases the wind a little bit. Adds 1 millibar of pressure each frame so far compared to the last model run. Going to need the her to chill. I think a lot of us need the her and the experimental RRFS to chill the heck out tonight. I think that tomorrow morning is going to show the full story. If tomorrow morning doesn't show the full story, welp, then you're just going to have to hang on with me on this stream and we're going to have to look at it together. Okay, so there's our first run holding the same. So at 5 a.m. tomorrow, between the 3Z and the 4Z, it keeps the pressure at 985 millibars. So now let's see, does it go up from here? Does it stay the same or does it downtrend from here? These are the things we're going to watch in real time. Oh boy. Jeez. Holy mackerel. Come on, 9 more frames. We're halfway there. Halfway there, her. This is around the time where it takes a little intermission. Go figure. Yeah, storm's starting to show up here on coastal radar there. NWS Eureka's coastal radar. It's the elongated area of low pressure. You can really see the comma here, the bent back occlusion feature. This is a pretty mature storm. It's textbook mid-latitude cyclone look here on satellite right now. That huge, nasty bent back occlusion. It's nearing the coast of Eureka right now. It'll scrape west of Eureka, but it's nearing Eureka. This is where small changes in the track are going to matter a lot. Sorry if this was asked before. Portland metro area still looking as bad as earlier today. Is downtrended down to around 61 miles per hour, according to the recent HER model. Which is a big saving grace from the hurricane force winds it was showing earlier. Let's see what we got going for us here. We got a few more frames. 984, what did it show in the 3Z? Yep, the same. Track hasn't changed much either. It's a little bit less elongated too, so this would likely allow a tighter pressure gradient to form on the bottom, rather than with a more elongated area of low pressure here. For the stronger winds, you want the tighter low pressure centers. You want these areas of low pressure to be more confined to a smaller area. That's where you get the big pressure gradients with these things, which results in faster and more abrupt pressure rises to what we saw on last Wednesday. Those big wind gusts that hit overnight, that was a sharp pressure rise. Like 5 to 6 millibars in an hour is nonsense. And that's what we had for some areas around here last Wednesday. Still right around the same, yeah. Pretty impressive run-to-run agreement so far here on the HER. So far, so good. One thing too, knock on wood, I noticed not having any issues with YouTube right now. Again, knock on serious wood for that. The last few streams, we've had issues with YouTube freezing on my end. And I would lose all the comments and lose all my analytics until I refreshed. And we're 61 followers away from 38K. Let's see, can we make that possible by tonight? Can we hit 38K by tonight here on Facebook? That would be massive. Ooh. Alright, guys. My posterior fell asleep. Yeah, shows that thing riding the coast pretty closely. Six more frames left, and then this run is done. And this one's likely going to show parts of the North Sound by the end of it. So it should show winds in Everett and some areas north around this time, but probably not going to show Bellingham yet until some more later runs. Her going up. Her staying steady right now. It is staying steady. It's surprisingly consistent with its previous run, the 3Z here. We're looking at the 4Z as it renders. If you notice, it brings it a little bit off the coast there, which you do not want to see for wind. You can also see the bent back occlusion here on radar too. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, for less wind, you want to keep this thing a bit further inland. But for bigger wind, you want to bring it off the coast, but not too far off the coast. There's a narrow tolerance that you want to be, you know, within the coastline here, within the immediate coastline. Hey there, Chad Limestall, welcome in. Drew Corvo says, I live in Minnesota, welcome in. We're talking about Washington State here, particularly Washington State. Western Washington. Yeah, I wonder if the Her is going to nail this track. It's going to be darn close. Oh boy, it's going to be close with the forecast. We have 4 more frames to go, and then the 4Z Her is done. And the European, yep, just started the European. Booyah. European has just started. Oh boy. Starting to get late here, folks. Let's go check TikTok one more time. See our progress. Right. Someone remind me to keep drinking water. Okay, yep, we're at 549 TikTok followers now. 549. Then the Her took another dramatic pause at frame 14. Come on, we need frame 15. Hey, Tyler Whitworth, thank you for your donation of 99 stars. Thanks for the updates. Thought on peak hours for Thurston County. My guess right now is going to be anytime between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., roughly. Very roughly. Destined to change. Let's blow Santa off course. By nighttime, the wind's likely going to be done around the Puget Sound. I can't count out the Bellingham area, but for the rest of the Puget Sound, especially if you're south of Olympia, you should be done as late as probably 3 o'clock. I think Santa will be fine. NORAD should have no problems tracking Santa this time around. Yep. A little bit of a westward bobble there for sure. And what does this say for gusts? Another downtrend on Portland. That's good. Good news. Portland at least is under 60 miles per hour, but there's still some spots at or above 60. Again, microclimates matter hugely in this case. Let's see, we have 3 frames to go. There we go. There's frame 16. This downtrended significantly again too. But you know what it did? It uptrended the coast. It uptrended the coast, but it downtrended this area. Now it has Olympia down to only 40 miles per hour. Wow. It just shaved 10 miles per hour off of Olympia. I wonder what the difference is here. Doesn't seem to be much, unless that westward track is actually kind of reducing winds around the area. But starting to see a downtrend here. It did bump up Tacoma to 31 at this time, though. But it took all of the 60 plus out of the I-5 corridor. Still around 50, but it shaved 10 miles per hour off the I-5 corridor at this point in time. Interesting. It bumps up the coast, but it bumps down the I-5 corridor here. Hope we can get to a point that we know it's done. Yeah. I wish we had a safe solution here, but we don't. It's too volatile of a forecast still. Look at this downtrend. That's a big time downtrend. I want to go into specifics. What changed here? That's what changed. From 983 to 984. That's definitely going to shave off some winds. It doesn't sound like much, but that can substantially shave off the winds quite a bit. One thing it does too is it brings the tighter pressure gradient west of the area. Yeah, it brings this isobar all the way over here. We get to see Everett North on this run. Most likely not. No, but the European is rendering in the background right now. It's a lower resolution model, but it should give us a pretty good idea of what we're seeing tomorrow, most likely. Let's go check this out. Ooh, big downtrend now. Yeah, Tacoma went from about 60 miles per hour down to around 55. It shaved about 5 miles per hour off of that. A lot less yellow this time around. But again, it bumps up the coast. See, it bumped up the north coast also. Should have at least seen a wind advisory along the coast. I don't know why the NWS dropped the coastal products altogether. That was not wise in my opinion. Yeah, I can't believe the models are changing this much within 15 hours. This is beyond ridiculous. All right, let's go check out the Euro. We're well within range of the Euro now. What's it going to show? A big downtrend. It's even lower than the 12Z was. Wow. Yep, Euro has nothing burger still. Bravo. Oh boy, well that's anticlimactic, isn't it? Very anticlimactic. Forecast just keeps getting more difficult, I swear. Yeah, from this to this. Oh, what's this though? What's this? Okay, frame 18. Oh. This is likely going to be a leeward low forming on the northeast side of the Olympics. The previous HER hinted at this, but a much wider swath. It looks like it has that leeward low a bit more confined. This would definitely bring some strong wind over the immediate Puget Sound, even showing these winds inland all the way into Whatcom County. Interesting choice here, models. So, yeah, I guess that answers some questions here. They're a great weather app that shows the pressure and wind we can download. Windy.com. For sure, one of the best things you can get. Windy.com. It's called Windy on iOS and Android, though. So yeah, that finishes off the 4Z HER, and as we saw with the European is trending down farther than it has even previously. Yeah, Captain 2775, Washington, it'd be like, let's make predicting impossible. Let's keep you guys on edge until the event happens, and then let's bust. The forecast, that is. Euro said April Fools came early this year. Oh yeah. But the Euro did sniff it out first. Let's give it credit. The Euro did sniff it out first. But then it turned into a traitor. Yeah, so the Euro shows the storm going inland, while the HER and the RRFS show the storm staying off the coast and bringing us a pretty big blow. Check the gradient again. Yeah, see that localized gradient right there? That's a leeward low for sure. That tight pressure gradient is why it brings the strong wind up there. The Olympics are the terrain of the Olympics is messing with that general area here. Interesting. And it has small changes in the way the pressure gradient works. But oddly enough, Tacoma goes from around 992 millibars to about 997. So about a 5 millibar pressure rise behind that within about an hour or so. That's around what we saw last Wednesday. Just to put it into perspective. So we could see wind gusts close to last Wednesday for the Tacoma area. That probably doesn't make a lot of you guys feel good, but that's just my general prognosis right now. Likely sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Heading to Marrowstone Island, Bullseye. Sounds about right. Yep, Bullseye is the Admiralty Inlet by the looks of it, where that leeward low is likely going to be forming. Yeah, this no longer shows Tacoma hitting 60, which is good news. So yeah, that's about it. The Europeans in range. Covered the European. Let's see. The ensembles are going to take a while to render. Maybe if we're still hanging around here by 10 o'clock, we'll start to check out the ensembles if they start to render. Otherwise, probably going to wrap things up around 10 o'clock or so. And then write my posts for the night. Just what a crazy run of events the last couple hours in general. Am I right? What a crazy run. Huh. Funny. A guy named King Euro WX says King Euro, please be right. Seen a lot of Euro fanboys hanging around for some reason. Kevin Jones says things will change a lot by tomorrow morning, almost guaranteed. Thank you for your time. Yeah, sure thing. Live in Squim, usually high winds, but nothing with this from the south. Yeah, you're being sheltered by the Olympics. Why they didn't even bother to put you guys in the wind advisory, let alone the high wind watch earlier today. South end of Whidbey, what can we expect? Possibly a butt whooping by 2 p.m. Just to keep it simple for you. Probably gonna be a whooping for South Whidbey Island tomorrow. Yeah, your high wind warning begins at 1 p.m. tomorrow, ends at 7. 1 to 7 high wind warning, Whidbey Island. Oh, I didn't know Ben went live a while ago. Still is live. Right? If anyone's viewing any of Ben's streams, or if anyone in here is viewing Ben's stream, what has he said about this event so far? Please go ahead and let me know. Or Whidbey, they have been going through it. Absolutely. Doesn't look to spare them this time around. All right, I'm just going to go the easy way. I'm just going to share Scott Sistek's post my page. I honestly don't feel like writing up a whole report right now, to be honest. Yeah, sure thing. Thank you, Brian Kurtz, for the kind words. Still 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. time frame for the Puget Sound. But then again, 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. for east winds for you guys that are east of 405, Bonnie Lake, Graham, South Hill. Anywhere east of there, you could have east winds starting at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. for east winds, and then likely 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for south winds. Okay, yeah, you're also on Ben's stream. All right. Yeah, Sonia, what is... I haven't tuned into Ben's stream. What's he saying so far about what he's seeing with the models? Is there any intel you have to offer me? Yes, Lena Coffin, Merry Christmas. For sure. Merry Christmas. And now it comes pretty much down to real-time observations. Now we get to watch the track of this thing in real time. What's it going to do? Is it going to keep moving north, or is it going to hook off to the northeast here in the next couple of hours? For reference, the European shows this thing hooking off to the east and beginning to move inland. Like way inland. By around 11 p.m. The RRFS, both those models show it staying off the coast, which would be a bigger deal. Off the coast would be a bigger deal. Inland, not so big of a deal. That's why it's only showing 30 mile per hour gusts on the European right now, because the European hooks it inland here over the next hour or so. How about north end of Whidbey? Yeah, Oak Harbor area wouldn't be spared by this if this model run were to verify. If we get a leeward low that forms on the northeast side of the Olympics, is absolutely going to pummel Port Townsend, Diamond Point, Marrowstone, and most of Whidbey and Camino Islands, likely. Maybe even North Kitsap, Hansville, too, but this just gives it a consistent pummeling between runs here. Why are they saying wind gusts 35 kilometers or about 20 miles per hour for Nanaimo tomorrow? Good question. Not sure why. Sounds like Environment Canada's kind of underdoing things big time, but I have no say in what Environment Canada says. They have a completely different protocol for their advisories, watches, warnings, etc. Yeah, it's all good, Sonia. That helps a lot. Saying about what I'm saying too. Guessing an unimaginable amount of disappointment in the forecast models is what it's looking like right now. Maybe I will tune in for a little bit, see what Ben has to say. Let's see here. All right, what's Ben gonna say here? What's he gonna say? Yeah, long views trended less for sure. Long view's probably not going to be hit as hard as it showed earlier. The models keep showing the system weakening as it gets closer. Like literally each run is weaker than the other. The HER usually corrects itself with each hourly run. This is the model we're looking at right now, the HER, HRRR, or High Resolution Rapid Refresh. This would be at noon tomorrow. It has the wind field mainly south of Olympia at that time. About to wrap up. Okay, sweet. Yep, he's concluding it. Hey, I tell you what, Sonia, if you feel like it, go ahead and send his viewers over my way. Yeah, he's wrapping up his stream. For sure. Yeah, Ben wrote a pretty nice write-up on his YouTube channel, too. That was about an hour ago. That's before we got the most current information. Looks like Randy's still streaming too. Whatcom County weather. Yeah, we've been going for unbelievably, it's been almost 5 hours already. It's crazy. Amazing how quick these live streams go by. Now 5 hours seems like nothing compared to what we've done recently. Do we have any observations along the coast? Any signs of big wind? Yeah, definitely. Pushing 60 there along the coast just southwest of Eureka right now. But not seeing any indications that the east wind is picking up yet, so that's good. Don't forget to drink water. Thanks for the reminder. Got new pencils for doing my portraits. Going to need this storm to not drop a tree on my house. How come you can't tell if it's going to turn more toward land? Yeah, so there's small little striations in the track that can throw it off completely. If you get a little bit of a wobble, which you can't really forecast in real time unless you're literally watching each frame of the satellite, you start to see it hook off to the east a bit, it's going to continue that trajectory east and miss us with the big wind, or really any wind entirely. If it continues its northward track here along the coast, it doesn't have any outside forces change its course, then we're still game on for at least some moderate wind. Yeah, there's factors such as the jet stream changing its direction, or the jet streams may be a little more broad or narrow than the forecast we're showing. Forecast models can't show all of this, which is why the most important tool you have is real-time data, which we'll be watching pretty much the entire day tomorrow. But yeah, right now the Euro's predicting this thing to start moving eastward, a little more east of north, so towards the northeast, just slightly in the next hour or so. But the HER and RRFS forecast models still show this continuing a near due north track, which would bring strong wind to western Washington. About time. I didn't think Cliff Mouse would post a blog anytime soon, but sure enough. And is Cliff Mouse going to try to call us out? Let's see here. Sure enough, he's calling us out. Amateur weather enthusiast sites. Well, let's see. It's game on, Cliff. Let's see. Some of the media are talking about a big wind event tomorrow over western Washington. Some of the amateur weather enthusiast sites have been going a bit over the top. Truth is a bit less exciting. The winds will get gusty tomorrow afternoon. Some people may lose power, but this is not going to be a major windstorm. Gusts 30 to 45. Not quite what the NWS is saying, but hey, more power to you, Cliff. More power to you. I don't fully agree with that, though, in my honest opinion. Why not send planes like they do with the hurricanes? Actually, Michael was talking about that in a stream last night. Someone was like, we should rent out a military drone with the equipment on it and fly it into the storm. Hello. Hey there, Willow. Actually, there's already someone else named West Coast Weather. You'll never believe it. Yeah, there's a guy named Jonathan Pulley. If you look up West Coast Weather on YouTube, there's already a channel named West Coast Weather. Anything steering the storm direction-wise right now it's riding along the jet stream at the moment. It's riding along the jet stream. Wait, really? Yes. Look up West Coast Weather. They actually just posted the video earlier. I'm literally in a Discord group with him. So yeah, yeah, there is a West Coast Weather already. It's not West Coast WX, but it is West Coast Weather. His @ is Jonathan Pulley WCW, and his username is West Coast Weather. Kind of funny how that works, right? Renee says, I've seen Cliff whiff a bunch of these and then never talk to them again. Yeah, I actually get a bunch of Cliff lovers that like to hate on my content from time to time. You'd be surprised. You probably wouldn't be surprised, actually, how many people come over just to hate on my content because Cliff Mass says it won't happen. Roland Connor says, 829 NOAA forecast discussion says 45. Well, if it says 45, they should have already canceled this high wind warning then, right? If they were so sure, they should have put us all in the wind advisory and said, no one's getting a high wind warning. Who knows? Maybe they'll downgrade it overnight while we're all asleep. You know, there's all solutions are at play right now. All solutions are at play. Look, I really don't want to bash Cliff, but I just feel like Cliff's kind of selling this situation short. Like, I've seen a lot of accounts, even, I will say, even Scott Sistek has kind of sold this short in the long run. You know, maybe they'll be right, and us amateur forecasters can go and frolic off in the distance and never come back, you know? We call him Pulley-san. Hey there, David Lee Weather, Woodinville Weather. Welcome in. Yeah, I know. He's the one that dubbed it the Godzilla Atmospheric River or the Gar Storm. I know that gave us all a little cackle behind the scenes. So yeah, really at this point, we're really just down to the time where we watch real-time data, such as satellite, for example. So that's really what we're watching right now, is just visible satellites. See, this storm's bringing some heavy rain showers into Eureka right now. Probably starting to mix some of these gusts down towards the surface over in that area too. Hey there, Dagmar Devere. Ben was talking about the high wind warnings. The end, he said, it may end up being a nothing burger, so up in the air. Totally true. It could be one of the most useless high wind warnings ever issued, for all we know. All I know is if this doesn't happen, then us guys behind the scenes have a lot of explaining to do. A lot. I have to say, probably Michael especially. Michael may... because Michael's the one that's really been pushing this thing. Like, really been pushing this thing. But yeah, us other forecasters like Ben and Matthew, Jonathan, and myself have been following in his tracks. You know, we're all just kind of sticking together that this may be larger than the models show. Emmy says, during the last storm on Whidbey, 100 plus foot tree was taken out north of Greenbank. Oh yeah, they said something about 4 substations being out at one time on Whidbey. Hope it goes northeast and misses out on the Puget Sound. That would be the best case scenario for sure. Can we look at the satellite? Yes, this is the satellite. We're looking at the satellite with radar overlaid right now. This is real-time satellite information. This is courtesy of windy.com. Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Kay Pearson. Brian Kerr says, think your work is super important with the cuts happening in government weather departments. Yeah, the thing about that too is any cuts to NOAA also affect the weather models that we use too. NOAA plays a huge part in that, and that was up for debate when they first mentioned, you know, when, I'm not going to get too political, but when Doge first mentioned the cuts, you know, the good old Department of Government Efficiency, don't even get me started on that, was talking about the cuts to NOAA. A lot of people said, oh, well, there's amateur forecasters that do better anyways. But you know what those amateur forecasters use? Information from NOAA. Of all people, of all places, of all things. NOAA. We can't have any of this without NOAA. You know? Ben said if it ended up a nothing burger, he's going to take the polar plunge in Lake Stevens day after Christmas. Ooh, that's a good bet. Willow says, just switch my name back. Don't want to get accused of copying someone. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the names are taken. You could probably go with something like, because we already have Western Washington weather taken. Yeah, I think that name's good enough. I think Seattle Wall Sirens is a good enough name, honestly. I think it should stay that way, personally. Roland Connor says, salute to you for staying live. Even Michael doesn't do it to this extent. Yeah, well, Michael also has duties outside of his YouTube anyway, so it's kind of a given he doesn't go on too long. You know, he has a full-time job working at the airlines. He has other priorities. I've pretty much cleared my schedule to just do this full-time. As some people now call me the Ryan Hall y'all of the Pacific Northwest, mainly of Washington, or just the Puget Sound in general. I mean, we should trust the European models more. I'm gonna say we're not out of the woods yet. Normally, I have leaned towards the European in the past, but there's still plenty of time for that to change. It's not always going to be the most reliable model. See here. All right, so the wager's on. If this ends up being a bust, Ben's going to do the polar plunge the day after Christmas. He's going to own up to his actions. Yeah, but a lot of us are given the same kind of forecast, so I'll probably have to do a punishment too as a result. European will get some points here. We'll see. It all comes down to what happens tomorrow. It's all going to come down to real-time observations. The stations around the area that record wind, these are going to be extremely vital tomorrow, especially from south to north here. Like, if we see what it shows for Portland, we can relate that to what we're likely going to see up here in the Puget Sound. So starting pretty early in the morning, probably around 9 a.m. or so, is when these are expected to light up like a Christmas tree. Did it post my post? Oh, did my post not get made public? It's not. No, I shared Scott's post. Swear I shared Scott's post, but I guess I didn't. Weird. Wheels Washington Weather Chasers, Benjamin Yurkovich out of Lake Stevens, Washington, does Washington Weather Chasers. Also, Jonathan Pulley out of Whidbey Island helps on that site from time to time, too. But it's mainly Ben Yurkovich. I swear I shared Scott's post. I guess it didn't send. Weird. Guess that means I'm gonna have to do my own write-up after the stream's over. I see, it's just destiny saying stop being lazy, do your own forecast write-up. See what people are saying on cliffs. Yep, a lot of people already clowning on the amateur pages like this one. Ah, well, that's wonderful. I kid you not. Last thing I need is this page having a damaged reputation after this. That would definitely hurt big time. Okay, 5Z her. What does the 5Z show? It's nowhere near in range yet. But I'm gonna turn off radar and we're just gonna look at the visible satellites to really get the scope of what's going on here. But Windy again has an untimely crash. Yeah, let's play a game of spot the system. Where do you think it is? If you guess right here, you're correct. Have I ever seen a storm system cause this much disagreement between the models? Not since I've begun forecasting, and I mean hardcore forecasting. It's only been the last few years or so. I think, you know, if Seattle, Washington tones high wind warnings over NOAA weather radio. I believe if they have a short fuse of 3 hours or less, they will. That means time between the alert is issued and the time it goes into effect has to be 3 hours or less for it to be toned over NOAA weather radio, which just doesn't usually happen around here. I think the last time that happened was back in 2018. But of course, I had a memory card corruption as soon as I recorded that. Go figure. Consistently had over 100 watching for 5 hours. Let's see. Let's check the graph. We briefly dipped below 100 between for about a 10-minute period around 9:40. But since then, yes, we've been above 100. Since probably about just after 5:30. So yeah, about 4.5 hours minus 10 minutes or so, we've been above 100 viewers. That is true. Permanent Spring says you have done a great job. We will stay even if it's a bust. Thank you for that. Yeah, so now it's watch the track. Does it keep north or does it bend off to the northeast? What's going to happen here? What is going to be the verdict? Because it's going to tell the whole story. This is the whole story. It's all come down to this. What's it going to do? Is it going to bend off, spare us, or is it going to still pause? Is it still going to deliver us a big blow tomorrow? That's the biggest question of them all now. Right now, model guidance is barely helpful. We're in the nowcast term now. This is where things get really interesting. Thank you, TJ, for the kind words. Willow Creek, California, quiet at this moment. Thank you for the heads up. Lane Vanderwall says, I have to go with 35 to maybe 45 after looking at everything. Who knows? 5 a.m. it may change. Oh, boy. Could you imagine a big switch up within 12 hours? Even less. 5 a.m. is just outside of 6 hours. You know, it just turned 10 o'clock. You know what that means? We're now within 12 hours of the high wind warning for the Puget Sound. Changes, in theory, should be far and few in the forecast by this time. But who in the heck knows at this point? We've already kind of thrown us some tongue twisters. Just in the last 12 hours this time alone. Yeah, my weather comrades agree that now we're just going to pay attention to satellite pretty much. The models at this point are pretty much meaningless. We just got an updated frame right there, though. What did it just show? Appears to be taking a due north track, pretty close to it. Let's play an animation. The last hour. I'm surprised no one's asked me to play an animation. Yeah, I'm just gonna show this animation for a little bit. I'm gonna go through the comments one more time. Bet Seattle is going to cancel the weekly test tomorrow. Most likely, that would be 3 weeks in a row canceled without a weekly test. I've never seen that happen before. That's got to be a first. Yeah, really, unless the jet stream really begins to bend off to the east a bit, I don't see this thing taking an easterly track, like east of due north, really. GFS dropped off again. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, if you're talking about the 0Z, yeah, I saw that. And it affects the UW WRF model as well, which we still have loaded up here. Let me refresh. We should have a full set of data here. Yeah, the UW model fell off big time. Let's check out the 4KM. So 0Z, let's see, what does the 4KM show? These are wind gusts. The gray here is about 30 knots, so about 35 miles per hour. Even over the water, it's down to about 35 miles per hour. Yeah, because this uses the GFS infrastructure. So if the GFS falls off, the UW WRF GFS will also fall off, which it did big time. A big time downtrend in the UW WRF GFS model. Finished repairs on 410. Now it is all the way open to Enumclaw. That is great news. I just hope they did permanent repairs this time around. Sure looks due north. Yeah, that's the hunch right now. Willing it with my mind to veer off. Willing it with my mind to veer off inland to spare us. You know, you can use all the mind tricks you want, but Mother Nature is no fool. Not a force to be reckoned with. Just read the X post from the old wise one, Cliff Mass. Yeah, pretty much thinks this will be a low end event. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier as soon as the blog came out. I don't know if I completely agree with that. I'm not going to back off of this solution until we see real-time observations tomorrow. If we don't get the winds in Portland, then we can probably count off the Puget Sound. But we're going to pay attention to Portland and see what happens when this system works up through the microclimates in this area. That's going to determine what happens around most of the region. But really, I believe if it doesn't happen for Portland, it's not going to happen for us. And same the other way around. If Portland gets blown up, then we're probably going to be in danger tomorrow. Due north. Due north would mean more wind for us. Yes. Rare NOAA logo Radio Shack 12-249 yesterday. Ooh. That's cool. That's a vintage pickup. When's the wind supposed to hit Portland? Probably sometime. A lot of the YouTube forecasters like the inverse cliff. We'll see. It's going to come down to real-time observations, and if it doesn't happen, you know, I'll admit that I was the fool. But funny to see that Ben's going to do the polar plunge if the forecast busts tomorrow. The wind's supposed to hit Portland. It's probably going to be around middle morning tomorrow. So I'd say around 8 or 9 a.m. Be ready in Portland. Time you start streaming in the morning, I'm gonna say 10 a.m. at the latest. It really depends on what time I get up. I'm gonna say 8 at the earliest, 10 at the latest. Right now. When is the next major model update? Well, the 5Z HER is running right now. If you count that as a major model update, the 5Z HER is currently running. After that, you wait for the 6Z HER, and then the 6Z NAM will be right behind that. That's probably not going to be for another hour and a half or so. So 6Z NAM, the Euro's done for another 6 hours or so. GFS is done for another 5 hours or so. RRFS has another 3 hours before it's ready. So yeah, it's going to be the 5Z HER, 6Z HER, and then the 6Z NAM, most likely. Yeah, someone mentioned Cliff Mass didn't even mention the high wind warning in effect. Yeah, that's kind of a red flag in my opinion. Think Cliff should have at least mentioned the high wind warnings. Like at the bare minimum. Like, come on. Some people are praising him. Some people just started absolutely gassing him for his decision to omit that information. Nam is caved. Yes, the Nam still caved. Nam was the most aggressive up to its last run. Let me show you what I mean here one more time. Let's see, ensembles are running too, so we'll check out the ensembles here in a moment also. They're in range. So 18Z Nam. Big win, right? Right? But then, just a couple hours ago, zilch. The biggest lolcow of the day is the Nam. Yeah, we will see. There's half of us are gearing up for a big storm, half of us are gearing up for a nothing burger. So who's gonna win? It's gonna come down to real time observations. No, it's worth noting that the NAM has these winds around 3 p.m. for the Central Sound, which is about 2 hours later than the HER and the RRFS show. So again, timing's still an issue with this. So hoping to see what an X-Storm Chaser had to say about the system and see nothing. Yeah, I'm surprised Cliff waited this long to talk about this in general. Would have thought maybe if the Euro was showing something a few days ago, he would have been on that. But what do I know? I'm no Cliff Mess. Aren't any fools in forecasting. As long as the people forecasting do make it known that it's not a perfect science. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, did I just completely forget to share Scott's post? I think I did. I did. Way to go. Just checking some of Ben's comments here. Seeing what people are saying. People appear to be heeding his warning. Not seeing much. Not not seeing many people ignore the warning. See what Shannon has to say too. A lot of people telling Shannon they're sick of the wind, understandably. Yeah, I'm gonna try to share his post again because it obviously didn't work the first time. Still in streaming mode at the moment, so I'll leave it up to Scott Sistek, meteorologist, to break the latest news on issuance of high wind warnings and wind advisories around the area. Read more of Scott's post below. Let's try that. Can't believe it didn't work the first time. There we go. It worked that time, finally. Okay, back to comments. Back to comments. Here. Yeah, I know. I'm in a group with Jonathan, Matthew, Ben, all of those guys, and we're all just kind of beating ourselves up over this forecast. Tricky, 100%. It is a tricky one. Not going to deny that. Appears as of 2 minutes ago, this should update every 10 to 15 minutes, I think. Let's see how many frames we have between the hour mark and the current. It appears to update every 10 minutes. From what I can see, the last 10 minutes, it's moving due north. I don't see any sign of an eastward turn yet from the satellite. There. Okay. You said, hey, everyone, took a little bit of a break. Just noticed we're on high wind warning now. Yeah. Yes, high wind warning for anywhere west of the foothills. And this does not include the coast. For some reason, they dropped all wind products for the coast, which was a bit of a head scratcher. Should have at least put a wind advisory up for the coast. That would have been the safest thing to do. All right, let's see here. Saw a post from an hour ago. 60-mile-per-hour winds in San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, I believe it. I certainly believe it. Yeah, I don't see any sign right now that this thing's gonna hook off to the east. Just it still looks like it's taking a due north track and it's literally gonna ride up the coast over the next 12 to 18 hours. That's the hunch I'm seeing from satellite right now. See, this thing's speeding up too. It's got some grit to it. It's gonna hustle. It's gonna be in and it's gonna be out pretty quickly. Now convinced trees may fall near my place. I think I'm gonna head to my parents' one story and hope for the best. If you believe that's the safest option, go right ahead. Yeah, honestly, just go with your gut. Still, we're in the range of prepare for the worst but hope for the best. That's the best I can offer you right now. Because we're within 12 hours now and we still don't know what the heck's going to happen. Unbelievable, right? All right, let's see here. Maybe it will strengthen a little overnight. It's expected to strengthen, yes. It is expected to strengthen a little overnight. Jeez, the 5Z her is so slow. It's only at frame 10. He's taking a sweet time to render the her. More trees around my place, and I'm on the second story, so I think it's safer that way. What time are they predicted to hit Gig Harbor, you think? I'd be out of Gig Harbor by probably 11. Yeah. Okay. 5 words or less. What is your summary on the situation right now? Ooh. I don't even know if I'll need to use 2 or more words. I'm just going to say a head scratcher. There. 3. A head scratcher. Set my alarm, pack my suitcase. Ate some grilled cheese, fries, and a salad. Ooh. Just make sure Facebook's updating to refresh that comment section. Okay, yep, Facebook is up to date. Good. There we go. We just got 3 frames spit out. What's it going to show? That's the big question. What's it going to show? Yeah, I'm telling my weather friends, I'm just like, within 12 hours now, still a wild card scenario. Truly an enigma. TBA, does that mean to be assessed? So yeah, there's our system making a close approach towards Eureka. It should scrape just west of Eureka though. And then after that, what happens after that determines the entire thing pretty much. It's all come down to this. You know, it all has come down to this. Thing looks pretty monstrous on satellite though. Big wins or no win? Just finesse. You're absolutely gonna hate me for this. Still too soon. You're gonna hate my guts, but it's still too soon. It's unreal. Model disagreement with less than 12 hours to go. Can you guys believe it? Can you guys honkin' believe it? Jeez, the her is so slow right now. Oh, to be announced. Close. The storm keeps going north. How strong would the winds be? Well, it depends on the pressure as well. If the pressure's like really, if the pressure's 984 or below, like the models are showing, then some areas will easily be 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. Go through each model again, says Roland Connor. Sure, why not? Where do I even get started? European, perhaps? Recent European here. 18Z trended up. 12Z. Let's see, how far back do we have to go? The 0Z showed absolutely nothing. We have to go back all the way to Monday's model runs to see this in depth. Let's see, sometime between the 6Z and 12Z on Monday, it just fell off. And then since then, been fluctuating between little and nothing at all. So the Euro's not doing us any favors here. I did forget one thing. We have to see the ensembles as well. What are the ensembles showing? We have to look at the ensembles. Let's go to MSLP members. What's this trend since last time? Tad bit weaker. Yeah, a lot of these members are gone. It's a little bit concerning. By that, I mean concerning as in the run-to-run accuracy of this model here. This is the European ensemble mean. And it gets rid of a lot of these members here. It basically means the disagreement becomes pretty heavy. So no help from that. What about AIFS ensemble? Way weaker. It only shows one solution below 990 now. AIFS just backed off completely. This was one of the models that was kind of locking in on wind too, the AIFS. It's decided it's no longer going to hang out. See, GEFS ensemble. Weaker, but in the same spot. This would not bring any big wind at all. Put it loosely. NAM. Oh boy. Where do I get started with the NAM, guys? Where do I get started? The 18Z NAM went from something to nothing, just like that. The 12Z was still showing it. 6Z was showing it, but a little bit ahead of time. 0Z was showing it. Yesterday's 18Z was showing it. Yesterday's 12Z was also showing it. Yesterday's 12Z. And then it's gone. It's gone. Just like that. All of our hard work down the drain. Oh, those were your 5 words. Okay. The storm keeps going north. How strong would the wind? Okay, yeah, I entered that earlier. If it keeps going north, we could easily hit 50 to 60 around these parts, for sure. And then her should be in range of this one now. Okay, yeah, 5Z's done. What does it show? Still showing that leeward low up here. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, it backs off of Tacoma even more. Has the strongest winds along the Nisqually in this area and over Mount Rainier. Oddly enough. And see, it's still hanging on to that leeward low. It may be more of a north sound storm than a south sound storm this time around. Let's see, it does bring these 60 plus. It has hurricane force winds in the bay here near Bellingham by 3 p.m. That would be absolutely diabolical. High wind warnings coming from what model? It doesn't come from a single model. It's coming from what the NWS shows. It's just based on what the NWS shows. If models are showing a decreasing trend, this was, again, NWS here. This is the National Weather Service judging it based on what they see. Because they use different model infrastructure that we don't have access to. Like they use models like the REFS and the High Range Ensemble Forecast that we don't have access to. At least that I know of. So their thinking is different than us on an amateur perspective. It's always a chance. It's always a chance that they could cancel the high wind warning sometime overnight. You know, think about it like this. It was, I think, was it earlier this morning? I think we had a wind advisory only in effect for 5 hours before they canceled it. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they will let it ride. Otherwise, wouldn't be surprised to wake up to a cancellation message tomorrow unless things were to trend up overnight. But one thing's for sure, I know I'm about pooped. I'm definitely about pooped from doing this live stream. So I'm honestly not gonna hang around much longer. Probably. One thing's for sure, I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be one heck of a day. Canceling it is always in the realm of possibility. They could cancel it, they could extend it, they could do anything. As we saw with the last wind advisory we had for the Puget Sound. They canceled it after 5 hours and put out the high wind watch. So anything is up for grabs right now. You've been cranking it out. Great job. Bless Life Streamer for Northwest weather updates. Thank you. Don't have access to all models. Yeah, as far as I know, I've talked to my weather guys who do their own forecasting too. Even on Weatherbell, a lot of them use Weatherbell. I used to use Weatherbell before October, I think, when my bank started declining their renewal for the subscription. So I had to switch over to Pivotal Plus. It's a little bit streamlined, but apparently Weatherbell, they don't have access to some of the NWS models either. Like they can't find the HREF that they use, the high resolution ensemble forecast. We have the SREF, which is the short range ensemble forecast. We don't have the HREF, and I haven't seen the REFS, which are the models that they usually reference in the forecast discussions. If you keep up on the forecast discussions, they mention the HREF, REFS, and the NBM the most, the National Blend of Models, which we do have access to. But they never predict the wind correctly. Never. Go to bed, get some rest, good night. That sounds like a plan. Yeah, so it sounds like right now the speculation is both the HER and the NAM are going to be replaced by the RRFS experimental seen here. And again, this one was also still showing big wind for some areas. But we don't have another model run for a couple more hours at least. Well, folks, to tell you what, we're going to give some final thoughts here, and then we're going to wrap things up for the night. Got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Yeah, again, any last minute questions, if you want them answered, feel free to leave them below. I'll give you guys about 5 minutes or so. Gonna be dreaming of the Euro tonight. I know a lot of people are. Now look at infrared. You can see it much clearer here on the infrared satellite. And how high some of these cloud tops are here. The oranger ones are the higher cloud tops, aka the colder ones. Everyone's saying good night, thank you. Yep, sure thing. Have a great night. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for that model info surprise, though. Yeah, a lot of people are surprised that we still don't have a definitive forecast within 12 hours. Pretty insane how that works, right? But would be textbook karma, I guess. To have all the models lead us on and then drag the rug from underneath the very, very last minute. Go heckin' figure. All right. Anticipated schedule. Looking to start by 10 a.m. at the latest. I'm going to say anytime between 8 and 10 tomorrow. I'll take a look. First thing when I wake up, I'll take a look at current surface observations, and then we'll go from there. Assuming I fall asleep sometime around midnight, that means I should hopefully be up by 8 o'clock at the latest. And then we'll get started from there. So just make sure you guys have your bells ring, the notifications set to all, so you know when I go live tomorrow. Yeah, there is no eye like a hurricane. Yeah, these cyclones, they don't have eyes. They have bent back occlusions. Completely different setup than a hurricane. You know, these are mainly cold core systems compared to a warm core hurricane. And a hurricane doesn't have fronts like these do. Alrighty, thank you guys for all the kind words. Gonna be a long day tomorrow. Let's see how the forecast holds up. Look at some new model data tomorrow as well. Still not seeing any sign of those east winds picking up, which is good. Let's see off the coast here. Do we have anything yet? Yeah, some of the higher hills here. Ooh, 76. I wonder if that is verified. So a 76 is massive. What is this? Is this Cape Mendocino? This is the Matoli Road Station, run by, what is that, Portland Gas and Electric? Yeah, they're all wrapping it up for the night on the behind the scenes side as well. There's a high wind warning up, so you were on to something. This is true. Lindsay Lister says thank you. Yes, thank you for coming in. Good night. Thanks. Sure thing, Roland. Thank you again for tuning in. All right, folks, we're gonna for sure wrap things up for tonight. I'm interested to see. Okay, this is at above 1,000 feet, but still, if we were seeing that down towards the surface, then like towards sea level, that would be a bigger deal in my opinion. But still, 76 at around 1,000 feet, that's still pretty considerable. Like we even have an 89 here, but that's almost 2,000 feet. So a lot of these are higher elevations. We could easily filter out these higher elevations as well. See, this is all below 1,000 feet. This is the data you'd rather see for surface wind events like this. You set it to all, you're going to get all of these skewed numbers up in the higher elevations. Wind is always going to be stronger the higher your elevation is. Always. Unless you have some sort of localized wind tunnel effect over a microclimate, then the surface winds may be stronger. But that's kind of a reach. Yep, thank you everyone for joining us. We're going to hang up on tonight's live stream. Been kind of a doozy, a really back and forth live stream, but appreciate you guys for tuning in. And you all have a great night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do it all again. Hopefully we'll have some legible real-time observations to look at. All right. And again, thank you guys for the kind words.